meeting. It's March 9th, 2021. And for the record, the time is 2:11. Or you know what, actually, remember my 2:03 according to my cell phone. For some reason, my county computer is a little bit ahead. Okay. So can we get a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Chair Roybal.
I'm here.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
I'm here too.
Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Present.
Commissioner Rudy Garcia.
Here.
Do you want, Mr. Chair, do you want to excuse Hank Hughes for the purpose of this vote?
Sure. And you could call on him and then I can say he's excused.
Okay, we have quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay. So that's our roll call and quorum. So our next items are the Pledge of Allegiance, the State Pledge, the Moment of Reflection, and the Moment of Reflection we will have by Richard Roybal, or Captain Richard Roybal from our Sheriff's Department. So we're going to go to our Pledge of Allegiance first. If everybody can rise, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. Thank you. Next is our moment of reflection, if we could remain standing, and we have Captain Richard Roybal.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can, sir.
Okay. Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions, and in the best interest of our community, we take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. So now we're going to move on to our first agenda item. And this is going to be the approval of the agenda. Are there any changes or modifications to the agenda? I'll go to our Manager Miller first.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Our original agenda was posted 7 days prior to this meeting, and then we amended the agenda on March 5th at 4:58 p.m. The amendments made to the agenda at that time were under item 2A, the request approval of the Santa Fe County proclamation for the month of March, Certified Government Financial Managers Month. That item was moved forward to the front of the agenda. Then under miscellaneous action items, item 5B, that item was added, but Mr. Chair, we are requesting to table that item today. It is not ready to move forward for the commission's vote. So that will be tabled, even though it was just added on Friday. It is tabled today. Then under item 7, presentations, the San Juan County Juvenile Services Facility presentation, we updated that caption with the presenters' names. And under item 10, matters from the county attorney, under executive session, we added item 5. So it's 10A5 was added to the agenda. And those are the amendments to the agenda. Although I do want to note that under public hearings, we will be doing under item 11, the public hearings for the land use cases will be prior to the public hearing for the proposed ordinance changes for the energy efficiency additions to the code. And those are the amendments to the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller. Are there any other requests? Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, I just wanted to move to approve the agenda with the changes from the manager.
Okay. So we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item passes unanimously by the commissioners that are currently present. Okay, so next we're going to go on to item number G, and this is approval of February 9th, 2021 Board of County Commissioners regular meeting minutes. Are there any changes, Commissioner Hanson? Go ahead, Commissioner Hanson, you're on mute, ma'am.
Sorry about that. I have no changes, and I move to approve the February 9th, 2021 Board of County Commissioner meeting, regular meeting minutes.
Okay, so we have a
A
motion, and we have a from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to a roll call vote once again. Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item also passes.
Has joined the meeting.
And so we do have a approved agenda, approved meeting minutes. We're going to go on to our next item on the agenda, and that is consideration of proclamation and resolution. The first one is 2A, and this is a request approval of Santa Fe County proclamation proclaiming the month of March 2021 Certified Government Financial Managers Month. And we have Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a proclamation we do in respect to this group that actually does a lot of training for many of the people who serve the county and obviously well beyond the county. The New Mexico chapter of the Association of Government Accountants, AGA, it's a professional organization that has a network of over 1,500 members and approximately
Floyd
200.
Archuleta Hecho.
Has joined the meeting.
Sorry.
Sorry about that.
About 200 active members in New Mexico. They represent state, federal, municipal, and private sector accountants, auditors, and financial managers. Through training and events, professional certifications, publications, and ongoing education, AGA helps members build their skills and advance their careers. This is a program that provides a means of demonstrating professional and competency by candidates to have an appropriate educational employment history, to abide by AGA codes of ethics, to pass 3 examinations requiring expertise in government, environment, and budgeting, and CGFM holder to maintain certification by completing at least 80 hours of continuing professional education in government financial management topics or related technical subjects every 2 years. So really, this is an important and very active in our community professional organization. And so it's just in recognition of that we're asking for the month of March to be recognized as Certified Government Financial Managers Month. Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner Hamilton.
I'm just sorry, Mr. Chair. I don't know if there is anybody who's actually on the call who represents this organization and would like to say something. I imagine you were probably going to ask that as well.
Yes, I sure was. We can probably leave comments for the rest of the commissioners, and if you'd like to call on the people who would like to speak on this item.
Mr. Chair, I think, Elena, I thought I saw her on there. Elena, are you there?
Yes, I am. I am here.
Thank you so much. I
Chair
wasn't
Roybal.
sure I saw you. There you.
Yes.
Of course.
And Therese Montoya is also here. She is our CGFM chair for the New Mexico AGA. So if I may, would like for
Please.
her to speak first, and then I will speak after.
That sounds great. Please proceed, and good to see you, Elena.
And you may have to unmute. Hi, Teresa.
Chair Roybal and Commissioner Hamilton, it may look like she's having some computer issues. I can see her speaking, but it's not
Yes.
coming through. So
I was wondering. Thank you, Elena. Sorry, Teresa. Thank you for attending, though.
So she did all the work with the county employees. So I really appreciate the work that she did. I want to thank her for that. So my name is Elena Tercero. I am the president of the AJ New Mexico chapter. And this year and next year, I am also the National Professional Certification Board chair. So I oversee the board for our CGFM certification for the national organization. So we really do appreciate your willingness to help us to declare March a CGFM month. And I do want to take some time to just acknowledge two of your county employees that are AGA members here in New Mexico, Annette Baca and Ivan Herrera. I know I saw their names in the meeting, so I know that they're here and in attendance. And thank you for your membership as well. We do many hours of professional education for our members. We do over 40 hours of continuing education, so that way our CGFMs have that continuing education throughout the year. And then we also, if you are interested in becoming a CGFM, you may do so by, you don't necessarily have to be a member, but it's always beneficial to be a member. The National Association right now is doing a $21 registration fee for the certification exam. So it's a really great time to get that application in. And then if you're a New Mexico AGA member, we all have two opportunities for you to also save a little bit of money. Number one, we will lend you out the study materials. There's 3 exams, as Commissioner Hamilton mentioned, and we have all 3 of the study materials. You just reach out to Therese. She will set everything up for you, and you can borrow that material one at a time. And then we also have what we call a UPass We Pay program. So if you apply for the program, again, with our New Mexico chapter, when you pass the exam, you show us proof that you passed the exam and then that you paid for the exam fee, and we will reimburse you as a chapter. So that way all 3 fees are then reimbursed to you. So it's very good to become a member, very beneficial, and not only does it help you in your education, but it also helps with your career.
Thank you so much, Elena. And thank you, Therese, and really appreciate both of you being here and for all the work you do and for the profession that is often among the unsung professions and unsung heroes, but very, very necessary work, certainly in our local government and what we strongly depend on. So with that, Mr. Chair, yeah.
Commissioner, Mr. Chair and Commissioner, would you like to make a motion or would you like me to make a motion to approve?
It would be lovely if somebody else made the motion. I'd very much
Okay.
appreciate it.
Okay, so I would be happy to make a motion to approve this proclamation of the Certified Government Financial Managers Month. And congratulations and thank you, Elena and Teresa, for being here.
Second, Mr. Chair.
I think we've lost Mr. Chair.
It looks like my other button was muted. Sorry. So I have two mute buttons. So I only hit one. I just want to also just reiterate what my fellow commissioners said and just thank Elena Tercetto and Teresa Montoya for being here today. And I think this is a great resolution. As you all know, in our own finance department, you know, a lot of times we forget the work that happens behind the scenes and the dedication from these from these departments. And but you know, Santa Fe County's definitely received quite a few awards in the past from our finance department, and I think that they've done an awesome job. So I really appreciate this resolution coming forward today. And I just want to congratulate you guys and thank you for everything that you do, because it is without this backbone, I mean, you know, any institution wouldn't be able to survive with the type of without the type of service that you provide and support services. So thank you very much. Any other comments from commissioners? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hansen?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. Is Commissioner Hughes still not on, Tessa Jo? Okay, so we have a unanimous vote with the commissioners that are currently present. So once again, I just want to say thank you and congratulations. Okay, so next we're going to move on to our next item, and this is item number 2B. And this is request approval of a proclamation proclaiming March 10th, 2021 as Tibetan Freedom Day. And this is presented from Commissioner Hansen. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and everyone present. Before I go into the proclamation, I just want to state for this meeting that what I find extremely interesting, since we are in this lockdown, is that actually March 10th is now actually in Lhasa. It is March 10th. And so we are celebrating this on March 9th, but because of the time change, it is now March 10th. So we are actually able to recognize this proclamation that is happening in Lhasa at the same time. And with that, I want to read this proclamation, and then I know there's some two members of the Tibetan Association here to say a few words. So proclaiming March 10th as 2021 as Tibetan Freedom Day, whereas Santa Fe County recognizes the rich cultural history and heritage of Tibet and the Tibetan people, and the depth of richness that the local Tibetan community of Santa Fe adds to the county. Whereas March 10th marks the 62nd anniversary of the Tibetan uprising when the country of Tibet was occupied by the People's Republic of China, resulting in more than half a century of occupation and exile, and the exodus of about 80,000 Tibetans across the Himalayas. And whereas Santa Fe County supports the conclusion of the United States Congress that under the established principles of international law, Tibet is an occupied country whose true representative in the exiled Tibetan government based in India, headed by Sikyang Lobsang Sangye. And whereas the Tibetan people acknowledge and honor His Holiness the Dalai Lama, recipient of numerous awards from many government and institutions, including the Nobel Peace Prize, the United States Congressional Gold Medal, and the spiritual and temporal leader of Tibet. And Santa Fe County encourages the People's Republic of China to enter into discussions with His Holiness the Dalai Lama and the Tibetan government to solve the question of Tibet based on the will of the Tibetan people, and to ensure respect for the fundamental rights of the Tibetan people. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County, do hereby proclaim the 10th of March, 2021 as Tibetan Freedom Day. As many of you know, on this board, I have a particular strong place in my heart for the Tibetan community and consider them a strong part of my spiritual life and dedication. And I am always grateful and honored to be able to recognize them and recognize all the benefits that they have brought to Santa Fe and to New Mexico. New Mexico has over 5 chortens or stupas, which are very special monuments recognizing the enlightened mind of the Buddha. And Santa Fe County and New Mexico is well represented in that in the 90s, we supported the Tibetan relocation of many Tibetan refugees to Santa Fe, and many employers, including Whole Foods and Jackalope and others, created a workforce for them to have jobs and positions here, which was also very heartwarming to me. And I just wanted to mention that as the kind of community that Santa Fe is, and our dedication to immigrants and our dedication to inclusion. And with that, I want to recognize Pemse, who is under Tibetan Association, and ask you to please say a few words.
Tatiana, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
First of all, my name is Pemsi. I'm new president of Tibetan Association of Santa Fe. Here's Lama Gyumen Rapyela, he's vice president. We both are here honored. We would like to, on behalf of all the Tibetan people living here in Santa Fe and also in the state of New Mexico, we'd like to extend our gratitude to all the wonderful commissioners for giving us such opportunity, and also for the proclamation and proclaiming March 10th as a Tibetan Freedom Day. So thank you so much. So March 10th, back in 1959, China fully invaded, occupied Tibet. So it's been 62 years, and today, tomorrow is going to be 62nd day of our Tibetan National Uprising Day. Like Commissioner Hannah Hansen mentioned, today is actual March 10th back in Tibet. So in the past 62 years, we've been thinking today is a Tibetan Freedom Day, but gradually nowadays it's more like concerning about the whole global as one because of the climate change. And nowadays many scientists, they believe that Tibet has a third pole. And right now we are doing virtual meeting because of COVID-19. If there's no Wuhan coronavirus, we would have, today, it won't be like that. We can meet in face-to-face in person, right? So because of China, a lot of things happening this year and last year. So we urge and request whole human being. It's not only about Tibetan freedom, it's as a one whole global climate, wildlife, and humanity. We all have to work in hand, and we have to boycott Chinese Winter Olympic, as well as we have to make them feel that you have to respect all the human being. We are all same, and you have to respect the humanity. And on top of that, we all need a peaceful life, not like a community and like no fight between the countries and no viruses on top of that. So last but not least, I would like to thank on behalf of Tibetan community of Santa Fe, thank you so much for that golden opportunity and for the proclamation and also proclaiming today or tomorrow as a Tibetan Freedom Day. Thank you so much. Tujiche.
Thank you.
Tujiche. So thank you, Pamse, and thank you, Lama, for being here. I would like to make a motion to approve the proclamation of March 10th as Tibetan Freedom Day.
I'd like to second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson, a second from Commissioner Hamilton. Anything under discussion, comments? Okay, I would just like to thank everybody, especially Commissioner Hanson. I know you bring this up, this resolution forward every year, and it's a great resolution. So thank you for doing that. So we have a motion and a second. Commissioner Hamilton, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no, I just wanted to also both thank Commissioner Hanson for bringing this forward and to thank Pense and Lama for their words, and which just reflect why it's so valuable to all of us for this kind of thing to be brought forward and to find leadership for things that are important and from places you may not expect them. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, of course, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner, for bringing this forward.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this proclamation passes unanimously with the commissioners that are currently present. Congratulations and thank you for being here and thank you for all your words. You have a good evening. Yes, Commissioner Hanson? Absolutely.
Yes, thank you. So we will work to figure out how to get you the copy. Sarah and I will work with you, Pamse, to get the copy so you can have it at the center.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you very
again
much.
for being here.
And thank you for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Okay, so we're going to go on to our next agenda item, which is the item number 2C, and this is request approval of a proclamation proclaiming March 22nd as Daniel T. Bud Kelly Jr. Day. And we have Commissioner Hanson presenting.
Thank you. I feel really grateful to be able to recognize Bud Kelly. I am family friends with Thomas and Robert Kelly, who are free. Thomas lives here now and with his wife, and Robert comes and goes and lives here, and also Susan, who is also the sister who I am very happy and honored to get to know through this proclamation. I brought this forward because Mr. Kelly has done so much for this community, and you will hear it when I read this proclamation that we have compiled from his obituary and from the family. And it is really important to me that we recognize our elders and people who have really seriously contributed to make Santa Fe what it is today. And Bud Kelly is one of those people who has truly helped shape this city and this county and New Mexico. And so with that, I will read into the record the proclamation, and then I will go to family members to ask them to also make comments. So whereas Daniel T. Bud Kelly was born in Santa Fe on March 22nd, 1921, to Margaret Gross and Daniel T. Kelly Sr., a prominent and historical significant family that owned and operated the Gross Kelly and Company, a pioneering wholesale and retail mercantile company synonymous with the development of the Southwest. And whereas a boy, Bud worked on the Gross Kelly ranches in eastern New Mexico and accompanied his father on business trips where he met merchants and traders along the trail, learned to rope and ride with cowboys who worked on the ranches, and fell in love with New Mexico. And whereas Bud built upon his family legacy and commitment to civic responsibility by not only serving his country in World War II and Korea and graduating from Harvard, but by returning to Santa Fe to help establish and grow many of Santa Fe County's most beloved institutions and organizations. Whereas after serving as president of Gross Kelly until it was sold to Kimball Company in the mid-1950s, Bud partnered with Howell Ernest Insurance Company, acquired full ownership of the company in 1965, and remained at the helm of the Kelly Insurance Company until his retirement in the early 1980s. And whereas his work brought him into contact with local luminaries and icons with whom he formed lasting friendships, including Ernie Blake of the Taos Ski Valley, John Crosby of the Santa Fe Opera, and painter Georgia O'Keeffe, compound restaurant owner Bill Houghton, and designer Alexander Gerard. Whereas he was an active member of the Santa Fe business community, serving as a founding board member for St. John's College, Santa Fe Preparatory School, and the Santa Fe Opera, director of the First National Bank and president of the School of American Research. And whereas an early supporter of the Santa Fe Opera, Bud is still remembered for presenting an insurance check for $130,000 within hours of the fire that destroyed the Opera House in 1967, and that money enabled the opera to continue that year's season in the gym of the old Santa Fe High School campus, which now serves the City Hall. And whereas Bud's longtime friend, Nancy Worth, said, Bud was certainly involved in the establishment of and support for a whole slew of local organizations. He was in there slugging for what were then new groups, and thus he played an important role in shaping Santa Fe. And whereas Bud's civic contribution earned him recognition as a Santa Fe Living Treasure in 2005, and whereas his love of the outdoors led to his passionate participation in the Parito Walking Group, Santa Fe Winter Ski Club, and Kiva Squash Club, and the Santa Fe Chili and Marching Society. Whereas Bud authored the Buffalo Tale, an autobiography that built upon his father's book, The Buffalo Head, and conveyed his knowledge and memory of the great and formative events of the 20th century. And whereas Bud could be found throughout the years tending to his 128-acre tract in Santa Fe National Forest, and people in Santa Fe would easily recognize him on the streets with his Stetson open road, a Brook Brothers tweed jacket, button-down shirt, accented by an ascot, wool slacks, cowboy boots, and in later years, a cane. And whereas Bud married Jeannie Weiss, a native New Yorker, in the mid-1950s, and together they had 4 children, Susan, Thomas, Robert, and Pamela. And whereas his family and loved ones describe him as the embodiment of the great sweep of New Mexico history and lore, and gentleman cowboy and community builder, simply and profoundly human, he has a passionate curiosity mixed with a fiery temper, a devout man with incessant flirt, and a fastidious man who lacked attachment to material things. And whereas Bud passed away on August 18th, 2020, at the age of 99, whereas Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners wishes to honor Bud in the occasion of what would have been his 100th birthday for his service to our country and to Santa Fe County by his example and his lifetime impact on the county and its citizens. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Board of County Commissioners of Santa Fe County, do hereby proclaim the 22nd of March as Daniel T. Bud Kelly Jr. Day. So I am really honored to be able to bring that forward and have him recognized for his contributions to our community. And I want to give people on the call, I can see that Pamela and Susan are there. I can see that Robert's there, Thomas, and I think there's another gentleman also, and maybe there's a few other people who would like to speak. And so I would like to let me know who would like to go first. Raise your hand and let me know. Or should I just call on you? Okay, Thomas, you're first.
What an honor. Thank you very much, Commissioner Anna Hansen and all the other commissioners. My heart is full. And, you know, my father did practice a very devoted love for New Mexico and was a historian and brought many special things to the table. And as I say, I'm extremely honored to have him recognized on March 22nd, where he would have been 100. We all miss him, and we hold him in our heart. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you, Thomas, so much. And I'll go to you, Robert, next.
Well, I join my brother in thanking you, Anna. Thank you so much for this grand gesture and all the other commissioners involved. It's just very endearing, and we're just so touched as a family. And I'm sure Dad would be extraordinarily flattered and somewhat humbled by this, because he would obviously say it takes a village, and all of you have certainly contributed to this. And I just, one note that sort of came to mind in looking at this is our great grandfather, Harry W. Kelly, was in fact hired by Miguel Otero. And this is Miguel Otero Sr., whose son, Miguel Otero II, became the first territorial governor of New Mexico. So as a great sort of sweep of history, it's extraordinary that New Mexico is in fact the reason for the Kellys being here. And so very, very sweet that this day is proclaimed in Dad's honor as sort of a gift to this notation. So thank you so much. Love you all.
Thank you. And next I'll go to Susan and Pamela.
Anna, through the last 6 months, it's been an absolute pleasure working with you on this proclamation. And I can't thank you enough, and other commissioners. It's a pleasure to meet you. And thank you very much for bestowing this wonderful day in recognition of our sweet father. I was thinking back after all of this has been going on. I'm the eldest of the four, and I knew Bud as Daddy, and I've always known him as Daddy. And I have found out even more during the last 6 months of what a unique human being he was and is, and all of the incredible things that he did for us as a family, but also us as a city and a state. And I just very much appreciate you proclaiming him on his 100th birthday as his special day. Thank you very much, and I look forward to meeting you all in person one of these days soon. Thanks.
They're here.
And Pamela?
Well, being the youngest, there's all we can really do is say ditto. But I think what I would like to add is that Dad instilled in all of us a love for New Mexico and a deep respect for the state and a sense of responsibility to give back. And I think all of us in our way, whether we live here or we don't, our love for our father and for the community that he allowed us to be part of, we have great respect for it and take our responsibility to give back very much. And thank you very much for this incredibly generous and thoughtful gesture. I think Robert's right. He would be flattered, but I think probably kind of a little embarrassed by all the attention. So thank you very much. We appreciate your taking this on and making it happen.
I remember Bud walking down the street many times, and I don't know if all of the family knows this, but when I first bought my house in 1983, Kelly Insurance was my insurer, and I bought insurance from your father. It was right before he sold the business, but I remember him very well, and I'm honored to be able to do this. And I'm wondering if there is anyone else with you who would like to speak. If you are, please unmute yourself or let me know. Okay, I don't really. Oh, hello, go ahead. I don't see your name. I'm sorry, sir.
My name is Berto Gorham from Albuquerque, and I'm one of many nephews of Bud Kelly. And I would just like to say thank you to all the commissioners and say, Vaya con Dios, Padrino. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's really, it's nice to see all of you. I'm sorry that we can't see one another in person and do this together. And I will make sure that Sarah and I will work to get Susan the proclamation so that you can have it for forever, and that we can continue to recognize Bud on his 101 and 100th birthday and in the future. So with that, I would like to make a motion to approve proclaiming March 22nd as Daniel T. Bud Kelly Day, Jr. Day.
I'll second.
Mr. Chair. This is Rudy.
So
Second.
we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and an enthusiastic second from the rest of the three commissioners that are present. So that has to say something. Under comment, I just want to say that what a wonderful testament to Bud's life, and his full life, I should say. So, and God bless you all. And I wish the very, very best. So thank you, Commissioner Hanson, for bringing this forward. We do have a motion and a second on the table under discussion. Are there any other commissioners that have a comment before we vote? Okay, so I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson.
Enthusiastically, yes.
All right. Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, great, sorry, I lost my train of thought. But yes.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. This item passes unanimously with the commissioners that are here present. And I just want to say thank you, and thank you to all of his children and his nephew, his great nephew that was here. It's wonderful to hear these stories and be able to be a part of his life. I never knew Mr. Kelly, but I really wish, after reading and seeing all of this, I wish I had. So as your sister said earlier, till we can meet in person, I believe Pamela said that. So okay, so
Thank you.
I do appreciate it, and thank you all for being here. Go ahead, Commissioner Hanson.
I want to thank everybody from the family for taking the time to be here also. It's great to see all of you once again, and I look forward to seeing you all in person again sometime soon, I hope.
Okay, thank you, and thank you all for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move on to our next agenda item, and this is item number 2D. And this is a resolution recognizing Hispanics enjoying camping, hunting, and the outdoors and sport and supporting a New Mexico Public Lands Conservation Leadership Council to help elevate the vital importance of Hispanic culture, traditions, perspectives in strengthening and advancements of the conservation of public lands and water for the future generations. I want to thank the members of ECHO for being here today. They really do some amazing work. So I'm going to go to Camila Simon.
Yes. Hello, can you hear me? Great.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Commissioner Roybal, for sponsoring this resolution, and as well, Commissioner Garcia for co-sponsoring and providing us the space today to share some information about ECHO and our work with you all. I'm Camilla Simon, the Executive Director of ECHO, and ECHO is a group that elevates Hispanic leaders' voices and increases the visibility of Hispanics in public lands policymaking and advocacy. We had our beginnings in New Mexico back in 2013 with the vision of building a platform to bring culture, querencia, a love for the land, and conservation to our shared natural resources, to local, state, national public land conservation policy and advocacy efforts. And since then, we've grown to be active in 5 states, and our impact is also felt at the federal level. As you may know, Hispanics are among the racial ethnic groups of people who are disproportionately impacted by pollution and also poll at rates greater than non-Hispanic whites to find environmental issues like pollution and climate change to be extremely important. Yet Hispanics are also among the racial ethnic groups who are underrepresented in the decision-making processes that impact our air, water, land, health, and communities. ECHO was created to help close the gap between underrepresentation when it comes to decision making and overrepresentation when it comes to impact from environmental harms. Many New Mexican Hispanics have generations-old connections to the land, water, and wildlife, and for generations have stewarded these lands and passed down important land-based traditions. We know that these experiences, traditions, and the knowledge that comes from this will bring tremendous value and does bring tremendous value to the decision-making process. And furthermore, we believe that everyone should have equal access to the benefits of nature. And in order to do that, Hispanics need to be more robustly involved in decision-making processes around these issues. And so through ECHO, Hispanic voices are increasingly part of the conversation about conserving our lands and waters. And we worked hard over the course of 5 years to help pass a federal bill that permanently authorized and fully funded the Land and Water Conservation Fund, which provides $900 million annually to protect parks, rivers, wildlife refuges, and provides matching grants for state and local parks and recreation projects. And New Mexico has received more than $300 million over the course of the 50 years, the first 50 years of the program. So we hope that there'll be more benefit for years to come in New Mexico. And today we're just so pleased to have this resolution on the table, and we really hope you'll support this to acknowledge ECHO's efforts empowering Hispanic leaders to engage their communities in the conservation of public lands and waters, and also support us in the creation of a Public Lands Conservation Council, which would be a formalized network of Hispanic public lands leaders with the goal of further increasing participation and representation of Hispanics in conservation policy decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you, Camila. I appreciate those words. And I do want to read into the record the resolution that we're bringing forward today. It's the background is New Mexico is rooted in rich and multicultural history, with 47% of the population having Hispanic ancestry. Hispanics have a strong connection to the nation's diverse landscapes and practice century-old traditions such as fishing, hunting, farming, ranching, wood gathering, plant gathering, and piñon nut gathering that requires the protection of public lands and waters. The Hispanic customs of caring for the cultivating and the land, responsibly and governing the water for communities through acequias and foundational to New Mexico and New Mexican heritage. Many New Mexico watersheds provide critical resources to communities, including multiple domestic and agricultural users, and provide clean, deeply held value that connects Southwestern Hispanics to the past. Present and future sense of belonging and purpose is a principle that prioritizes conservation for future generations, as is a pillar of what the group Hispanics enjoy camping, hunting, and the outdoors for. Hecho was established in the Southwest and was founded to empower Hispanics leaders to engage their communities in the conservation of public lands and provide a platform for Hispanic voices to be heard with respect to the protection of public lands, healthy watersheds, clean air, robust wildlife habitats, and working towards building a robust public lands. Conservation Leadership Council in New Mexico encourages everyone to join and support this effort and Hecho's mission. There is a need for effective policy that safeguards public lands and waters for all Hispanos endeavoring to continue to enjoy practices and pass down cultural traditions that depends on public lands, and Hispanic leaders endeavor to be a widely recognized for contributions to public land conservation. Okay, so is there any other comments or anybody else from Hecho that would like to address the board? Okay, so can we go to the now therefore it be resolved again, Daniel? Thank you, sir. Now therefore it be resolved that Santa Fe County expresses support for and urges the Senate and the House of Representatives of the State of New Mexico to enact a Senate memorial and a House memorial, respectively, recognizing Hecho and supporting a New Mexico Public Lands Conservation Leadership Council to help elevate the importance of Hispanic culture, traditions, and perspectives in strengthening the advancements of conservation of public lands and waters for future generations. And now therefore it be resolved that Santa Fe County expresses support for Hecho in the creation of public. You went too far. I think you went a little bit too high. Okay, Conservation Leadership Council to help elevate the importance of Hispanic culture, traditions, and perspectives in strengthening the advancement of the conservation of public lands and waters for future generations. Be it further resolved that Santa Fe County expresses support for Hecho in the creation of a Public Lands Conservation Council of Hispanic leadership to build capacity and create a formalized network of Hispanic public lands leaders to increase the participation and representation of the Hispanics in such matter. And be it further resolved that Santa Fe County recognizes the important role of Hecho fills in ensuring that Hispanic Americans and Hispanic culture and traditional uses of the land are included in decisions about public lands and water. And be it further resolved that Santa Fe County recognizes Hecho as a group that connects and unites Hispanic leaders to engage their communities in the conservation of public lands and waters and fostering strong. You jumped again too far. Let's see. Oh, right here. Right. Fostering strong cultural rich communities, and be it further resolved that a copy of the resolution be forwarded to the Governor Lujan Grisham's and members of the New Mexico legislature to show support of ECHO and public participation of all New Mexicans, including Hispanic New Mexicans, in decisions and processes concerning public lands and waters connected to nature and each other, and be it finally resolved that a copy of this resolution will be transmitted to members of the New Mexico congressional delegation, the Commissioner of Public Lands, State of New Mexico, Director of Federal Bureau of Land Management, Director of the Intermountain Regional Office of the United States National Park Service, Director of the State Department of Game and Fish, and Southwest Regional Director of the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, and the Regional Forester of the Southwestern Regional Office of the United States Forest Service. And it would be passed, I'm hoping it will be passed and approved and adopted this 9th day of March, 2021. And with that, I'd just like to ask for the support of my county commissioners. I will make a motion to approve.
Mr. Chair, this is Rudy. I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Roybal, a second from Commissioner Garcia. Under discussion, do we have any comments or questions? Commissioner Hansen?
Thank you, Commissioner Roybal and Commissioner Garcia, for bringing this forward. I think that this is very much in line with part of what the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area supports is the traditional culture. And I want to thank HECHO for always including me when I have been in Washington, D.C. or at other meetings where they have been able to recognize that I, as a commissioner in District 2, who have a very large Hispanic population, and that I represent them, and that HECHO has always been welcoming to me. And I am grateful for their openness and generosity with that. And so I want to thank you for that, because I think it is really important, even though it is clear that I am not Hispanic. I also really value the culture and traditions of Northern New Mexico. And I am very proud to represent the traditional historic village of Agua Fria and its strong history in Northern New Mexico. And I'm also grateful to sit on the board of the Northern Rio Grande National Heritage Area, which also represents the cultures and health and spiritual life of Northern New Mexico and the Hispanic culture. So thank you, Commissioner Roybal and Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. Any other comments from commissioners, questions?
Mr. Chair, this is Rudy.
Go ahead, Commissioner Garcia.
I think ECHO is a new organization, and I just would like to thank the individuals, which include Councilor Archuleta. We have the State Land Commissioner on the board. We have Senator Campos from the San Miguel area. Our state delegation, Senator Lohan, which sponsors this. And also this will allow the organization to get some momentum and move forward, because it's moving, and I appreciate you bringing this forward, and proud to be a co-sponsor of this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any other comments? Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hansen?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. I'd like to thank all my fellow commissioners, and also thank Camila Simon for being here today, and thank you for your presentation and all the information that you were able to give to the board. I really appreciate it. I do apologize that I was losing my spot there when we were reading and it was scrolling up, but I do appreciate you all being here today, and I just want to thank you all for this resolution. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, would you like a resolution number?
Yes, Madam Clerk, if we can get a resolution number.
Yes, resolution number 2021-023. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so we're going to move on to our next agenda item, and this is the consent agenda. Are there any questions, or are there any items on the consent agenda that we would like to take off for further discussion or any comments for the consent agenda?
Mr. Chair, this is Rudy. If there's no comments or questions, we'll move for approval.
Mr.
Okay.
Chair, I would just like to make a comment.
Okay, should we get a second? Would you like
I'll
to second?
second.
I'll second.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Garcia and multiple seconds from Commissioner Hamilton and Commissioner Hansen. Commissioner Hansen, go ahead.
I just want to let you all know that on D, the request of approval of the letter from the Board of County Commissioners in support of the National Heritage Area Act of 2021. Today, the Environmental, Energy, and Land Use Committee of NACO also supported this resolution. It has also been endorsed by the Arts and Culture Committee of NACO, and I am very excited to share that information with everyone because it's not always certain what happens at NACO, but I got a large percentage of support from the Environment, Energy, and Land Use. Was more than 2/3 or 3/4 of the committee voted in support of this. So I just wanted to share that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hansen. And I was going to comment on that item as well. I appreciate you working hard on that board. I know that sometimes some of the boards that we're on do take up a lot of time, but I just wanted to thank you for being on that board and doing a great job. Any other comments from commissioners?
I love that board. It's in really good shape. It's turned around. It's very successful these days.
Awesome. That's great to hear. Okay. Any other comments from commissioners? Okay. Hearing none, we're going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Hansen?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So our consent agenda is approved. Can we get, do we have resolution numbers that we need on this one? Yes. Can we get resolution numbers, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So for resolution on the agenda item 3B, that's resolution 2021-024. And for item 3C, it's resolution number 2021-025.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so we're going to move on to our next agenda item, and this is agenda item number 4, and this is appointments, reappointments. The first one is 4A, and this is a notice or approval of appointments to the Health Policy and Planning Commission. And from the Community Service Department, we have Ms. Patricia Boyes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Before you today is a request for approval of 2 county-wide appointments to the Health Policy and Planning Commission. Back in December, the board passed a resolution establishing membership on the HPPC to consist of 5 district appointments, 1 from each district, and then 4 county-wide appointments. And there are 2 vacant county-wide positions. And we advertised for these HPPC vacancies via press release and on the county website, and also through email. We received several applications, and there were 2, the ones that I'm bringing forward today, who stood out as extremely well qualified. And they are Antoinette Villamil, who is the executive director of Many Mothers and works extensively with families in Santa Fe and has a strong understanding of early childhood needs and has worked on health equity issues, including with the New Mexico Community Foundation. And the second is Stephen Berkshire, who has been a healthcare executive and a CEO of hospitals, and his work with hospitals and healthcare administration and policy, and especially his interest in rural healthcare and appreciation of the social determinants of health will also add to the expertise of the Health Policy and Planning Commission. So we are recommending the appointment of these 2 individuals each of them to one of the vacant countywide positions. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Boys. I think these are wonderful candidates. Thank you for your presentation. Any other comments or questions from the board, or do we hear a motion?
Mr. Chair, I move to approve.
Yes.
Thank you. I'd like to move to approve these two appointments.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton. I'll go ahead and second. Anything under discussion, questions or comments? Okay, so I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. I just want to check real quick with Tessa. Is Commissioner Hughes on yet?
No, sir, it does not appear that he is yet.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I don't
yes.
think he'll be on until after 5.
Okay, thank you, Manager Miller. Okay, so we have a unanimous vote with the commissioners that are currently present. So thank you very much, Ms. Boys. Okay, so next we're going to move on to our next agenda item. And this is agenda item number 5A, miscellaneous action items. And this is a notice of sale resolution for general obligation improvement and refunding bonds series 2021 in a principal amount of up to $25 million, including approval of a form of preliminary official statement. And from the Finance Division, we have our Director, Ms. Yvonne Herrera, and our County Attorney, Mr. Greg Schaefer.
Good afternoon, Chair Roybal, Commissioners. The resolution before you would authorize the competitive sale and issuance of the general obligation improvement and refunding bond series 2021 in the principal amount of up to $25 million. The bonds represent new bonds pursuant to voter authorization in the November 3rd, 2020 general election in the amount of $20 million, and refunding bonds in the amount of $5 million to refund previously issued bonds to achieve interest cost savings. At the November 3rd, 2020 general election, county voters approved up to $20 million in general obligation bonds for open space road and water wastewater projects, which the project list was included in the packet for your review. Of the $20 million, $4,829,000 is allocated to open space trails and parks, while $11,421,000 is allocated to county roads. And finally, $3,750,000 is allocated to water and wastewater projects. In addition to the $20 million of new money, the bonds included up to $5 million in refunding bonds. The refunding bonds are issued for the purposes of refunding, refinancing, paying, and redeeming on July 1st, 2021, the county's general obligation improvement and refunding bonds, Series 2011, maturing on and after July 1st, 2022, in the outstanding amount of $4,750,000. The resolution authorizes various officers to take action to sell the bonds via competitive bids on March 30th, 2021, and issue them to the best bidder on April 20th, 2021. In particular, the resolution would authorize the county manager to select the winning bidder and finalize the details of the bonds pursuant to the following parameters and conditions. A, the bond shall be issued in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $25 million for the purposes set forth above. B, the net effective interest rate on the bond shall not exceed 10% per annum. The final maturity of the bond shall not be later than July 1st, 2040. D, the bond shall be sold not less than par and not more than 115% of par. And finally, E, the underwriter's discount of the bond shall not exceed 3% of the par amount of the bonds. The resolution would approve the attached preliminary official statement and authorize it to be provided to the prospective bidders. The preliminary official statement is the most significant part of the resolution, since federal securities law places responsibility for the contents of the statement on the Board of County Commissioners. And with that, I am lucky enough to have County Attorney Schaefer, our bond counsel, Peter Franklin, and our bond advisor, Eric Harrigan, to stand for any questions, along with Director Hidon from Public Works on the projects.
Okay, so do we have questions from the commissioners? Okay, hearing none, what's
Mr. This is Rudy, sorry.
Go ahead, Commissioner Garcia.
She didn't actually sound like Grace Schaefer, but she did an excellent job, Yvonne. But nonetheless, in regards to, I would like to thank the staff that actually brought the bond proposal forward, as well as the electorate that actually voted for it, and all the staff that actually works on these projects. Great job. And so once again, thank the community for having trust in Santa Fe County to actually approve the GOB, the General Obligation Bond, and moving this forward. So thank you. And with that, I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Garcia.
I'll second.
A second from Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hanson, did you have a comment? I think you. Okay.
Yes. Was there going to be more discussion from Greg and the council? Or was Yvonne just thanking them? I mean, I want to thank Yvonne, of course, but were we going to hear more about this?
Commissioner Hanson, no, I was just saying that they are here available if you have any questions for them.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Are there any other comments or questions from the board? Okay, hearing none, I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, and yes. Thank you.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item also passes unanimously with the commissioners that are currently here. Can we get a resolution number, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the resolution number is 2021-026.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, our next item on miscellaneous action items is item number 5B, and this is a request approval of agreements concerning Buckman direct diversion. Oh, is this one that the one that was removed? Is that correct?
I believe so, Mr. Chair.
Okay, this
That
one
was
is been tabled. Okay, so we're moving on to item number 6, and this is matters of public concern. Has anybody signed up today to address the commission, Tessa Jo?
No, Mr. Chair, they've not.
Okay, so for everybody that's out there that's part of the public, if you would like to address the commission, if you could unmute yourself and just state your name for the record. Okay, once again, I'll ask if there's anybody from the public that would like to address the board, if you can unmute yourself and state your name for the record. Hearing none, I'm going to close matters of public concern, item number 6, and we'll move on to item number 7, which is presentations. And 7A is San Juan County Juvenile Services Facility presentation. And from our public safety, we have Director Pablo Cedillo and Director Bowenbelt. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman Roybal and the other commissioners. I appreciate you making time to have me here today to talk about our facility here. I'm going to run through this slideshow real quick. I do just want to first start off and say that I would invite each and all of you to come up here if you're ever just passing through on your way north, or you want to make a special trip to come and tour through the facility. We would welcome you, anytime, day or night. We're proud of the work we do here, and we're proud of the facility, so we'd be happy to show it to you. If you'll take a look at the first slide, and I don't know, Mr. Cedillo, I don't know if I'm cutting you off, if you wanted to say anything before I get going.
I think you're on mute, sir. Mr. Cedillo, we can't hear you. You might be on mute.
There you go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to introduce Mr. Belt. I'm Pablo Cedillo. I'm the Public Safety Director for the County of Santa Fe. And I'm here today to introduce Director Bowden Belt, who will provide the board with an inside look of San Juan County Juvenile Facility. And they provide many opportunities for the kids. They have living units, staff, learning, and a curriculum with that learning. They also have meals and dining, programming, life skills, medical care, and recreation. As you're well aware, this agreement was initiated on April 1st of 2020, after the Board of Santa Fe County Commissioners approved the closure of the Santa Fe Youth Development Program on March 31st, 2020. Again, this is an informational presentation and there's no action required at this time. If you give me a second, I'll give you a little bit of history of Director Belt. He is a native New Mexican who is a graduate of New Mexico Military Institute and the University of New Mexico with a BA in psychology. Prior to working with San Juan County, he has worked in adolescent residential treatment and independent living programs. He has currently been employed with San Juan County Juvenile Services for the past 15 years as a shelter supervisor, deputy administrator, and currently is the director. I hope I don't say Santa Fe County many times because San Juan County and Santa Fe County are pretty close. He has coached numerous youth soccer teams, both girls and boys. He's been a ski instructor and has taught countless youth how to swim through the American Red Cross. He's been married for 20 years with a son and daughter. So it's my pleasure to turn this presentation over to Director Belt.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Cedillo. I appreciate the introduction. I'll just reiterate, I do invite all the commissioners to please come and see the facility. And I'll start out, I want to give just a real quick summary of the campus up here because there are some other programs that the youth from Santa Fe have benefited from here in Farmington. On the campus, we have a crisis shelter. Unfortunately, I didn't provide a picture. The picture you're seeing right now is the front of the building that the detention center is housed in. The shelter is adjacent to it. That's a crisis shelter for kids from age 9 to 18. Also in that building, we contract with AMI Kids for treatment services. We also have a youth housing project for kids that are aging out of the system who are 18 to 24 years of age. And I know Commissioner Hughes could probably tell you a whole lot about that program. So that's just a real quick summary of what we've got going on here in Farmington on our juvenile services campus. If we can go to the next slide. These are just a handful of pictures of our housing units. They're all carbon copies of one another. So we've got 4 housing units. We can house 47 youth. And the 3 pictures you're seeing here, they're the same in each of those units. Please stop me if you have any questions through these slides. Please don't hesitate to stop and ask. These 4 pictures, every unit's got an inner rec yard, so the kids here, they can go out into this inner rec yard anytime they're in the unit. The 2 pictures, I guess maybe it's to my right. They are our outer rec yard, and that area they've got to be supervised, so they need to be out there with staff, and so that's something that we're able to do at least a couple of hours a week. We are trying to increase our time out there. If we'll go on to the next slide. So our educational platform is Edgenuity. And I don't know if any of you are aware of this curriculum. It is a virtual online platform. It's good because kids are able to recover credits really quickly. They're also able to go back and review the lessons as many times as needed until they understand the concepts. They're also able to work at their own pace. And the good thing about, a lot of students on the Edgenuity platform, it's just them and the computer and the curriculum. Here in Farmington, what we've got is teaching assistants and a licensed teacher. We also have special education services. And so we have the full gamut of education for the students here. If we can go to the next slide. This is a picture of our dining area and a tray. We do contract with Trinity Food Services. I believe your adult facility there in Santa Fe contracts with Trinity. We're also a part of the National School Lunch Program, so we have to follow those dietary standards as required by that program. And so I can send you, if you're in, any of you are interested, I can send you a menu. It's a 30-day menu. If we can go to the next slide. This is Hazel, and Hazel's our facility dog. We have a program called Kids for Canines, and primarily that we used to contract for long-term committed youth with CYFD. And that was one of the programs that was really effective that we implemented with those kids. Since having terminated that contract, we're trying to reevaluate and re-implement how we can continue this program. We partner with a local animal shelter. We get the animals, we pair them up with the kids. They're responsible for their care and training. And then we adopt those animals out. And it's a win-win. It's a win-win for the kid and the animal. And so we'll always have Hazel. We'll always have a dog that lives here. It's just something that I've seen in a facility. It really just changes the experience for kids. And so anyways, I really like this program, and that's why I'm probably talking more than I need to about it. If we can go to the next slide. Programming, psychoeducational, experiential groups, and life skills. Next slide, please. All the juveniles here, all the kids, they get a workbook. The program, the curriculum that we use is called Seeking Safety. And in some, it's basically about educating the clients about substance abuse and their behaviors and how those are related and the consequences of those, of the substance abuse and behaviors. Next slide, please. Our experiential groups, we contract with a counselor. He comes in, he runs these groups, and we do this weekly. And these groups are basically, kids learning through reflection and doing. And so he'll come in with various activities, and all those activities tie into a bigger idea, and the kids are able to reflect on that experience and apply it, to their lives or real life experience. Next slide, please. The life skills that we teach, every morning the kids engage in physical fitness. Some kids are really clean, some kids not so much. So staff are always working to maintain a certain level of personal hygiene and educate the young people here on the importance of that. Just the fact of being in this environment is a test in education, in stress and anger management. And so that's, something that we work on in real time and through real everyday experience. And these are all obviously coping skills. We also have a schedule, and the kids know, they know when we go to school, they know when we go to meals, they know when we go to programming, they know when they have psychoeducational courses. And so we maintain this schedule, and they have to learn to manage their time to be prepared to go to the next activity. And then finally, setting goals, whether it's, as simple as, hey, we're going to get to lunch without any incident. We're going to focus in school. We're going to complete, an assignment, or even, or bigger goals outside of this place. If we can go to the next slide. And finally, this is my last slide, and then I'm open for, I hope you have a lot of questions. This isn't all the team. This is just some of the main players. And just to cap it off, we contract medical services with WellPath. So we have on-site nursing staff, and we have psychiatric services. We do run a mental health clinic every 2 weeks or as needed. We have a full-time facility therapist. All of our staff are trained in direct supervision and handled with care. And that completes my slideshow for you. And do you have any questions?
Do we have any questions from the commission? First, I'd like to say thank you for the presentation, Mr. Bell. We appreciate it. Do we have questions from the commission?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Hansen?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Belt and Mr. Cedillo for presenting. So if the kids are still hungry, can they ask for more food?
So because of the way the National School Lunch Program works, it's all based on portions and caloric intake. So the simple answer is no. Now, they do have a snack in the evening, and they are also able to purchase, if their family is able to provide them with the resource, they're able to purchase commissary. And if you know anything about kids, which I'm sure you do, they're always hungry.
That is why I asked that.
If I may interject, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hansen, all their nutritional needs are met by a national dietitian that provides that menu through Trinity. And I'm glad that you did say that, Director. They do get snacks, but he's absolutely right. They always are hungry. They kind of, and I don't know if you have a limitation of a commissary that they could purchase and the items they can purchase, but they also have that ability to have snacks as well.
Yeah, so to what you said, Mr. Cedillo, yeah, we do limit. We don't allow them to spend any more than $35 a week. The commissary that they can purchase is based on a behavioral level system that we have in place. And then we also try to, a lot of that food isn't the most healthy, so we try to eliminate the worst items and make available the best of what's on the commissary list. And so just to add one more thing, Commissioner, so obviously they get breakfast, lunch, dinner. They have an evening snack right now, and I'm trying to see if I can get, for low or no cost, I'm trying to get a morning snack implemented.
Okay. I'm happy to hear that they get breakfast, lunch, and dinner and a couple snacks. And then you had that larger recreational yard that you take them out into.
Yes, ma'am.
So how many kids do you take at a time, or is it only one? And how many staff members go with them? And how long do they get to stay out there?
Yes. So we take no more than 10 at a time. There has to be 2 staff with them. And we do at least 2 hours a week. And I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a staffing issue. It's hard to get them out there between school and programming and meals.
Okay, and otherwise, your facility looks good. I like have you been doing this ECHO, the educational thing? Have you been doing that virtual even before we went into COVID?
Yes, ma'am. We always had the teachers on site though, but we had that curriculum in place before COVID.
And so then once we went into COVID, the teachers became virtual also.
Yes, ma'am. But our teachers have been back in the classroom now for approximately 1 month.
I hope they're vaccinated.
They are. Yes, they are.
Okay. I appreciate the facility and the tour and being able to see where our youth are going and the care that they're receiving. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I would like to add too that we've had a great partnership with Mr. Cedillo, Captain Roybal, your local juvenile probation office. It's been really seamless. It's like we've worked together for years, and we have a really good partnership, and we're collaborating on all things to do with your kids. And so I wanted to add that. And I also wanted to, in talking about your local probation office, here in this building, we have our local probation office. And because of that, they're able to partner and get things like GPS units so that the kids from Santa Fe can get released sooner. They're able to conduct UAs and things like that. So it's really working out well.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Rudy.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Garcia?
I may have missed it, but what's the communication with the family like?
So the way we're handling...
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Is it once a week? How does that work? Can they call anytime they want, or obviously not anytime they want? But how does that work for communication with the family?
Sure. So the way we're handling communication is the kids, they earn, they get so many phone calls a week, and then through good behavior, they can earn additional phone calls. And so they have the phone calls. And then the other thing that we're doing is we're setting up virtual visitation through Zoom. So we do virtual visitation Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, or really we're accommodating any time that the family can do it. And then we have in-person visitation, and we have had some parents travel from Santa Fe. We do in-person visitation on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So does the individual child have to actually get permission to actually talk with their family, or can they actually, or they're automatically can talk to their family? Because you said hold on. You said they have to gain rights and points to talk to their families.
So initially, when they first come in, they're allotted a set amount of phone calls, and then through demonstrating positive behavior, they earn additional phone calls to that. And no, they're allowed to call immediate family members. They're, mom, dad, grandparents, brothers, sisters. They have that opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure that the children have the ability to talk to their immediate family members. Not 24 hours a day, I understand it. But as long as they can talk for certain hours, they know the hours, I understand. But
absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, if I could just interject a little bit on this. I think it's important to know, and Director Belt just did mention it, but we do have a very positive relationship with San Juan County. But what makes it even more positive is that the probation department from Santa Fe County at the first district, and they coordinate pretty well with the probation officers with San Juan County. So that makes it a real positive impact on the kids and family in both Santa Fe and with San Juan County. And I'll echo what the director said. This is a win-win situation, and it's a very positive partnership, and we want to continue this partnership with them. It's a very positive one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Sadie. Appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that the kids have communication with their family. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any other questions or comments from the board? Okay. Seeing none, I do want to thank Mr. Belt and our Director Belt and Director Cedillo for being here today and giving us this update and this presentation. It's greatly appreciated. Thank you. Have a great evening.
Likewise, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Belt. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Mr.
Thank you.
Cedillo.
Okay, so we're going to move on to our next agenda item, and this is matters from the county manager. 8A is a COVID-19 update, and then 8B will be miscellaneous updates. If you'd like to do those two, Manager Miller.
Mr. Chair, if I could go back, if we could go to item C first, if Hutch and Tessa Joe could do that. I need to find my other updates. Sorry, I moved them to another file now. I need to find them. I was trying to go paperless.
Okay, no worries. Tessa Joe, did you want to start, or are we going to go to Hutchie Miller first?
I think we're going to go to Hutchie Miller first.
Okay. Mr. Miller?
Looks like he may be muted. There he is.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Hutchie Miller, Santa Fe County Manager's Office. I was actually simulcasting on my TV, so let me turn that off. Okay, earlier today I had sent you the two reports containing the information that I was going to cover today. The first report is what Daniel's pulling up right now. And the second item is just a list of basically the full items of legislation that we're tracking. And so on the first report, we have, here's the calendar, and after today, we have 11 days to go in the session, and there's still a lot of different items which needs to be covered. The budget was last heard on the House floor and passed, and that was on 2/24, and there hasn't been movement yet since on the budget. And so we're still waiting that to move forward and be heard on the Senate side. Capital outlay, House Bill 285. That's, yeah.
Do you mind if I interrupt you and ask you a question about the budget?
Sure.
Could you tell me how much money the House has allocated to the New Mexico Environment Department?
to the environment.
I mean, did they give them their full budget? I know that the Senate has voted on this. I thought they had voted on it, but I'm not positive. I try my best to keep up. It's challenging.
It's very challenging this session. Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hanson, I don't have that information in front of me right now, but if, I don't know if Tessa is able to look it up as I'm presenting. If not, I can make sure and look that up for you. I didn't, just preliminarily from what was reported on for the budget that was passed on the House side, it didn't show that there was any cuts for any of the departments. So I don't believe that there would have been any changes in what was proposed, either by the LFC or the governor's office, that they would have changed the requested amount for the environment department. But I will get you an exact number and let you know what was proposed and what was in the version passed by the House.
Okay. And if you could, I don't know why I have such an echo, but and if you could find out what the Senate is doing. I've been trying to lobby as much as I can, the Senate also to increase their budget, but I don't know what's happened. I find it challenging to even find it.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, yes, the budget is always a complex matter to try to follow and decipher, but in this virtual world, it makes it even that much more difficult. When the budget itself was brought up in House Appropriations, it was kind of just thrown up at that instant. And even with the new rules, committee substitutes supposed to be available like 24 hours in advance. That's not always happening. So it does make it challenging to look for the information when you want to find it. And it's not always presented in the most easily researched way when it is available online. But yeah, if there are any questions like that regarding budget items, specifically, just let me know or let Tessa know, and we can plow through and look through the 200+ page bill and look for these things. But it's possible. We more or less know where and how to look for things in there now through the years. So it might take a little time, but we can find it. Well, was there anything else right now, or should I go forward?
Any other questions from commissioners?
Thank you, Hutch. I will write down my questions and think about this, but thank you for your effort. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Go ahead, Hutchie.
Okay. I was going on to say, related to the budget itself is capital outlay request, House Bill 285. That so far has just been introduced and it hasn't been heard in committees yet. It is expected that will be brought forth in House Taxation and Revenue later this week, and we will make sure to provide you a report on that when it is introduced. The committee sub for House Bill 285 will show us exactly what is which projects are being identified by the legislatures for funding for each of the counties, for each of the state agencies, And it won't be until that committee substitute bill comes forth, hopefully later this week, that we can see which exactly what products and for which projects and for what amount we will be pursuing funding for. And also highlight is that the cannabis bills are going to be heard this afternoon, and it's, I don't have the exact name, but it's a Senate Business Subcommittee or Committee. And what they're looking at is hearing House Bill 12 and also the Senate bills. And I'll keep an eye on that too. That's going to happen later this afternoon. From what information I've gathered, it does look like the sticking point is the individual grow amounts for plants. And in the House Bill 12 version right now, it is at 6 plants. And the issue there is trying to find a correct balance between allowing for a controlled, systematic way of regulating recreational cannabis without overdoing it with individual growth, which would or which is thought to foster an outside market, which would still be considered an outside black market to compete with the controlled regulations put in place by the state. Mr. Chair, I see Commissioner Hansen's hand up.
Mr. Chair, I don't know why I have such an echo, but I apologize. I knew this was an issue. I knew this was a sticking point. That is why I was so specific in our request that we passed about how many plants that you can grow. So both Arizona and Colorado allow 12 plants. So I would really like us to advocate for that, which is what we did in the resolution. And, you know, I understand their concern that this is going to create a black market, but I think it's actually the opposite, that if you don't allow people to have to grow their own, you create a bigger black market. So there is actually, their reasoning is counter to what is the truth. And that is why I think Arizona and Colorado both recognized the 12 plants, you know, were a better way to approach it than eliminating that. So I just wanted to say that for the record. Thank you. I see Commissioner Hamilton has her hand up also.
Thank you. Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I strongly agree with that. So I would also very much like us to petition in that direction.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Commissioner Garcia.
My aunt has been she's been questioning me for the last 3 days, 4 days. What's happening with the daylight savings bill?
You're on mute, Hutch.
Sorry. Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, last I saw it did pass committee. I don't believe it passed the full Senate. But it's Senator Purtle's initiative to always keep that one moving forward in the many years that he's been in the Senate. And I'm looking for it right now.
That's fine.
Sorry.
While you look for it, I just want to thank staff as into working the session this year, because it's a whole different round. At that round knows as Manager Miller knows this, and it's quite challenging and for you guys, and it's a whole different ballgame out there. But my aunt calls me every day. What's up with the bill? What's going on with the bill? So I just want to ask what's happening with that bill. But thank you, and thank you staff for actually working, because like I said, I've done that for a couple of years, and so thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, I saw that it did pass the Senate. It passed the full Senate 22-18 already. So it's got legs. It's moving.
So, Mr. Chair, in your opinion, so are we going to be on this time frame or the next time frame?
I believe that they would keep it here in the Mountain Time Zone.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia. So currently we are not in daylight savings time. We are scheduled to switch to that this weekend on Saturday evening, Sunday morning. And so non-daylight savings time would be our current time. And just to report more on the other bills that are moving forward, how I have it sectioned off in this first report is that I have all the New Mexico counties endorsed or opposed legislation shown on pages 3 through 8. And those items which are moving are highlighted in green, and that's indicating that they have at least passed one house. And so they have good traction and they're moving forward. You can take a look at those and let me know if there was any issues or questions specifically related to the New Mexico County endorsed or opposed legislation. And in the next section, pages 9 through 26 are those items which are related to our Santa Fe County resolutions. So those items I have also similarly outlined. I have the title highlighted in green to indicate if they do have movement. And I also have in this section of the reporting a little bit information as to what changes were made, which specifically committees they have gone through, and if there were amendments or changes made through their process. So once again, those items are highlighted in green. And for the second part of the report, page, which is the 40-page report, and that is titled County Related, and it says 230 items. And in this one is the more simplified version of all county-related legislation that we're taking note of. And like I said, there's 230 items. And looking at this report, there's the different columns there, and the dots within the columns indicating the progress of those pieces of legislation. So you can see by looking at the columns and the dots if they have passed through its first house right now, and how far along they've gone through committees in the second house. So it's a good way that it's set up to look at it visually, because you can just see if there's no dots or a few dots, then this piece of legislation isn't moving at all. And if there's more dots, then they are moving along. Also, you can look at the last action column, and the more recent action taking place is also the indication that this particular piece of legislation is currently being viewed, or if the last action date there is, back in January, then the indications are that that's not moving at all currently, and probably doesn't look like it has a good chance of making the finish line. So with that, that's a brief summary and a lot of the sustainability issues have been moving on, and that has taken place within the last week or so. And I had sent out a midweek report to the commission, I believe it was on last Thursday, indicating the different bills related to sustainability that have been moving forward. And other than that, it looks like we're going to have to wait on the movement of the budget to see where the other pieces of legislation are headed towards and their likelihood of passing. That's the main objective of the legislatures, to get that budget in place for the state. And they have a lot of their energy concentrated on that state budget. So a lot of the time is still going to be taken up in these next 11 days for including everything that they need to in the budget. And there'll be a dash to the finish line for the other pieces of legislation as we move forward in the 11 days, as soon as they're able to get the budget put in place. And with that, once you review any of these reports and you have questions, you can always let me know, even after the meeting now. But if there's any questions that I can currently answer, I'll be happy to answer them now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Do we have any questions? I'll go to Commissioner Hansen first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm wondering what's going on with Senate Bill 103, the Pesticide Control Act on neonicotinoids. Did it make it to the floor?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hansen, unfortunately, I believe that did not pass on the Senate floor when it was heard, either I believe Friday or Saturday. I saw that it didn't receive the votes to make passage.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hansen, it failed 18 to 20.
Pardon?
That particular bill failed on the Senate floor 18 to 20.
So how many Democrats have to vote against that, right?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hansen, that's correct. And I can look up the voting list and provide that to you.
I would be grateful for that. I'm sorry for the background noise.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hansen. Did you have any additional questions, ma'am? Commissioner Hansen, do you have any additional questions?
I do. There's so much feedback. I don't know why, but
I don't think it's you.
Have she come in yet?
I don't know either. But on the community solar, there was a number of amendments recently added to that. And then did it make it out of committee with those changed amendments on the House side? I'm trying to think. 84.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson. Yes, good thing that you brought that up. Yes, House Bill 84 did make it out of committee this morning. I was watching that, and it did include the House amendments. And I will need to take a look at exactly what the amendments put back in were. But from what I could tell from the testimony is that the changes proponents to the measure didn't like the amendments made on the Senate side. And so it looks like they were trying to put back those changes that were taken out on the Senate side. So not everything that was taken out was put back in, but it did pass in committee this morning.
So where?
No, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, it has passed through the House and it was in Senate committee this morning.
Okay. So I thought where they added these amendments that people didn't like was on the Senate floor.
You're muted, Hutchie.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, the Senate amendments put on were not liked, so yeah, wait, it was passed to the Senate, right? So their changes put back in those changes. I will get a list of the specific amendments, and like I said, they weren't exactly matching the changes that had already been made, but they were correcting some of those.
So I wanted to continue to support that bill, but with the amendments that are getting put back in. So I hope that you will be letting them know.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, yes, I'll make sure to do that. From what I understand during the testimony this morning, the amendments made were limiting the inclusion of all who could participate in community solar, and which was dampening the effect of the overall piece of legislation. So the amendments put on in committee this morning were trying to improve the inclusion of all who could participate in the Community Solar Act.
So more inclusion is better. Then Senator Worth had a bill about stricter than the feds. Is that still moving forward? What number is that?
It's Senate Bill 8.
And is that moving forward?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hanson, there was a unusual circumstance that happened with that bill. The bill was being heard on the Senate floor, and one of the senators requested a call of the Senate, which was requiring every member of the Senate to be found and be present within the Senate chambers itself before discussion or hearing on the bill could be heard. And rather than wait for all the senators to be located and be brought back to the Senate chambers, Senator Worth asked that the bill be rolled over, and they continued on with discussion of the other pieces of legislation that were due up on the Senate floor. So being that Senator Worth is the Senate Majority Leader, it's up to him that he can have the discussions from those persons who had questions about Senate Bill 8, and he can go ahead and bring forth, or he can bring back Senate Bill 8 to be heard on the Senate floor. But as for right now, I don't know if those personal discussions have taken place and they would be able to bring back Senate Bill 8 anytime soon.
I'm assuming it was a Republican who requested the call. But I don't want to make the wrong assumption.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I do not recall at this exact moment. I just remember what action had taken place, and it's a very unusual measure to take to try to stop a piece of legislation. So it was unexpected.
Okay, I appreciate your answers on that and the information. I do my best to try and keep up, but it is a little more challenging this year for sure. So I totally appreciate what you and Tessa Joe are doing. And I just want you to know that I'm grateful.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Was that all your questions? Okay, thank you. Any other questions from commissioners? Okay, thank you for that update, Mr. Miller. We appreciate it.
So, Mr. Chair, if we could go back to the COVID updates and the miscellaneous updates, I found the slide I was looking for.
Okay, so we're on item 8A and 8B, which is the COVID-19 updates and miscellaneous updates. Manager Miller?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So on our COVID updates, the percent of Santa Fe County residents that are partially vaccinated is 23%. The percent of residents fully vaccinated is 12.7%. And the percent of residents registered for the vaccination is 57.2%. In addition to those statistics on where we stand with vaccinations, Santa Fe County is also partnering with the city of Santa Fe on 2 events. The first will be a vaccination registration event held on March 13th at our fairgrounds. And this is in partnership with the Fiesta Council. The second is a large-scale vaccination event that will be held on March 26th, 2021 for those 75 and above or 60 and above with underlying conditions. And the goal of that event is to vaccinate 1,000 people, including many of the seniors that are served by our senior services program. Also, tomorrow we will find out again with the gating criteria, the red, yellow, green, turquoise categories that the state has. We will find out tomorrow. We're hoping that we will move from yellow to green this week. And if we do, we also will expand our office hours at the 100 Catron. Instead of from 10 to 2, we will move from 9 to 3. We are also looking at our other community facilities and making sure that we are making those available in accordance with the regulations as we move forward. For instance, our Stanley Cyclone Center. And I see that Rachel is on the line. If she could actually give a quick update as to what the hours at the and services that we now have at Stanley Cyclone and what we will be doing, as well as the Edgewood Arena, because we've had quite a few requests for using those facilities. Rachel, could you add some points on that?
Sure. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Rachel O'Connor, Community Services Department. as of April 1st, we will be opening the Stanley Cyclone Center for open riding. We do have to adhere to the public safety rules and the governor's order insofar as we are maintaining social distancing, but Terry will be working again. As many of you know, Terry Warner is our contractor on the Stanley Center and will be available to take appointments for open riding. It should be noted that all other COVID-related guidelines will also be followed.
Thank you, Rachel. I appreciate that.
Sure.
Then also our public awareness.
Mr. Chair, sorry, if I may, Manager Miller.
Sure.
Sure.
So the Stanley Cyclone Center will be open for open riding. That includes 4-H members, so on and so forth, correct?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, we had a request yesterday to include 4-H in the open riding, and Anna and I were just discussing it this afternoon, and it does appear as though we will be able to do that as long as they fit within the guidelines and follow the rules in accordance with, the public health order.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then also, can you address the Edgewood riding facility, the equestrian facility out there? The same rules apply?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner, I believe they're having open riding at Edgewood and have been for some period of time. As you know, there's a little bit more freedom at the Edgewood facility because it's not an indoor arena. And has opened some time ago in terms of the trails in that area. So, but the same rules still apply at the Edgewood facility.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Manager Miller, and thank you, Rachel, and your team for working that out. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Commissioner. So then also we have our public awareness campaign. We've distributed 2,500 vaccination registration flyers to testing sites, food delivery sites, restaurants, and seniors who are enrolled in either the city or county's program. We're trying to get the word out of how to register so that you will get called and scheduled for a vaccination as soon as you're eligible. Also, and as soon as the vaccines are available. Our Connect program has served 3,212 self-initiated assistance requests. And we also have 22,960 or almost 23,000 grocery boxes that have been distributed. 3,780 were delivered to homebound individuals. And our healthcare assistance program navigators assisted 33 new individuals last week and followed up with 70 others. Our seniors program, the total number of meals that have been delivered to seniors during the month of February was 11,624. So as you know, we have not slowed down on meal delivery at all. This week, also a total of 125 Food Depot bags were delivered to seniors, and that has canned food, perishables, and non-perishables. And then we also still have been doing high-risk medical appointment transportations, and we did an average of 9 trips per day last week. And then we have taken on 2 more dialysis patients. And then the last update relative to COVID and some of our facilities, the Crisis Center, La Sala, is moving towards completion. We're still awaiting final approval from the fire marshal, and we expect the Santa Fe Recovery Center to move in starting April 1st and be able to serve twice as many residents as we were able to do under the old facility. And then also you should see in front of you in the next meeting or two, an agreement with New Mexico Solutions for the contract for the behavioral health side of the facility. And then we'll be waiting for final approval from the New Mexico Department of Health to get them operating in the building. And also we're negotiating Medicaid reimbursement rates. Then I had one other update, and that was, and I'm gonna try to share my screen, so let's see if I can do it. I might need, I may need, oh. Can you provide me, Tessa, can I share my meeting window? Is that what I can use?
Yes.
Yeah. Or share content, which is it?
Share content, and then it'll bring up a list of the applications you have open, and you'll select the one you want to share.
Got it. Thank you. Let's hope. Can you see that? Can everyone see that? So that's the tentative budget timeline. And just so that you know where we are, you can see that we've checked off December, January, and February of the process. We start the budget process in December of the prior year. We've opened the capital database. All the departments have entered their information. They've also entered their operating budgets. And now we are in this week having budget meetings, or we call budget hearings, with all the departments and elected official offices. The point of this is to understand the individual department request, elected official requests. At this time, we don't usually start going through and cutting a bunch of stuff, other than things that we know we could definitely reduce. But and how we're approaching this is to get through all of the budget meetings with each department and each elected official, make sure we understand their requests. But we're somewhat waiting on a few things before we start putting the budget in front of you, as far as revenue estimates, all the different requests that have come in, and what we think we can afford. Is we're waiting for the legislative session, obviously, to find out anything that might come through the legislative process that could financially impact us, as well as at the federal level, the recovery package that's the $1.9 trillion Biden recovery package is one that currently has funding in direct allocations to local governments over 50,000. So we would be eligible in that bill to receive an allocation. Additionally, those allocations are to be spread out over 2021 and 2022. And it looks like they could be utilized for similar things as the CARES Act funding that we applied for to the state last year. So that will make also a difference in how we present the budget to the board when we get to the April timeframe. So we're waiting for those before we really start to put some shape to the budget. Additionally, we want to have with the board a strategic planning study session. I'm in the process of trying to find a way that we can do this virtually. If you recall, when we did the strategic plan in June of 2018 or spring of 2018, we had about 50 of us all in a room, and we worked on whiteboards and Post-it notes, and we're trying to find a virtual way to do that. I have had the good fortune of working with the Santa Fe Community College on their master planning process, and they use a software that actually has a whiteboard, and everybody who's participating in the planning process can put little sticky notes. And so I want to figure out if that's a way that we could do this. Because I think it might be and it can also be viewed by the public. So I want to make sure that that's something that we can do before I set the dates for this. But my question to the board is whether the mornings of April 1st and April 2nd, or the following Thursday and Friday, April 8th and 9th, or any days in the first 2 weeks of April work best for doing maybe 2 4-hour sessions. We could even possibly do one in the morning and one in an evening. What I'm trying to do is the first session, we will go over the strategic plan as it currently is, where we stand with everything, looking at those items that aren't working, whether or not, to hear from the departments, maybe why we aren't meeting those goals, et cetera. And then maybe some brainstorming of things that you would like to see included in future years of the strategic plan, maybe some adjustments to 2022 and 2023, and possibly adding a couple of years to the end of it in the second half. So that's what I am envisioning. I don't have an agenda worked out yet because we're still trying to figure out exactly what would work best for the board and a good group of staff to work with everybody. I think doing it virtually probably makes for the better participation from everybody, but it's also creates a challenging way to do a planning session. So I just would like some feedback from the board on that. But before I finish that, then we hope also, we did our citizen survey. Thank you very much, commissioners, who also pushed that survey out to your email list. Had a lot of people comment to me that they were really excited to get email from the county that said, hey, what's your input? So so we're getting those results back, and we should be able to present those results at the end of April. We may have some preliminary results, though, mid-April that we can share with the board. And then we hope to have some budget study sessions. These dates obviously aren't set in stone. I also want to see if the board would prefer to do the study sessions. What we've typically done is a study session in the morning. We've had a break for lunch, and then we've gone and done our housing and regular BCC. But I think that's, honestly, I think that's too much. I think sitting in a virtual environment for 10, maybe 12 hours in one day is too much. So I would actually like to know if there are other dates besides April 27th, or days of the week that might be better for the board to do, that week, maybe the Friday the 30th or something, maybe a study session also the first week of May, with the thought that we would do approval of the interim budget May 11th. I know that's earlier than usual. We usually do it the last meeting of May, but the reason for that is I don't have a budget director at the moment. So what we have are several staff members from the finance department who have who are going to take pieces of the budget, but we have to load all of that into the state system. Their account numbers are not the same as ours. We need to reconcile all that. We want to make sure we have time to do it properly. If May 11th is too early for the board, the other request would be that we would have a special meeting the week of May 17th, like the 17th or 18th, so that staff does have plenty of time to get it entered by May 31st, keeping in mind that May 31st is a holiday. So that's part of the challenge we're running into, but I just wanted to put this schedule out in front of you, get some feedback, and then start sending out some tentative dates.
Commissioner Hamilton?
A few things. I mean, the first and second, I can do those mornings, but the afternoon of the first is also a big BDD meeting, and I have another big meeting the afternoon of the second. So I know we don't want to push the strategic planning too late, but frankly, on my calendar, the 8th and 9th are wide open. The 13th and the 27th are Tuesdays. Both of those Tuesday mornings, I'm booked with EPA conference call, major project that I don't think I could change very easily. So frankly, every other day those weeks, other than Tuesday morning, afternoon, are free. But those two Tuesday mornings I have booked. So if it's the only time everybody else can do it, I will do my best to change those, but just my input. Thank you.
Thank you,
I
Commissioner
appreciate
Hanson. I mean Hamilton. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As Commissioner Hamilton stated, April 1st is in the afternoon is a BDD meeting, and that won't be short. The following week, the 8th and the 9th, is fine for me. And I'm, it's early enough that I think that we can figure out our schedules. Fridays seem to be a good day for me. Unless there's some committee meeting, but Fridays is a good day. So let's just keep working at it.
Thank you. Any other thoughts? I saw that Commissioner Hughes joined us, Chair Roybal. Maybe, I don't know, Commissioner Hughes, if you have any preferences on the 2nd, 8th, or 9th, if those days might be dates we could work with to try to schedule some strategic planning time?
Yes. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah, the 8th and 9th are better for me too. And the morning is better. I have an appointment in the afternoon of the 8th that I could change if that works better for everybody else. But otherwise, I'm free the 8th and the 9th.
And
Mr. Chair, this is Rudy.
go ahead. Just to let everybody know, Chair Roybal had to step away for just a minute, so he asked me to take over for just a few minutes. So,
No
yeah,
problem.
Go ahead, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So the 8th and 9th, is that what is the day? The day of that is it a Monday,
Thursday
Wednesday?
and Friday.
Thursday,
It's a
Friday.
Thursday and Friday.
I'm okay with those dates. Preferably morning is good for me.
Okay. I think that it looks like we will target then the morning of the 8th and the 9th. We'll send out some date, save the date calendar events, and we will work on that for strategic planning. And then we will look for some other times on other than April 13th and April 27th in the morning for the budget session.
Thank you. And just a moment, Commissioner Hanson.
Yes, could we just start at like 9 o'clock in the morning?
I was going to start at 7.
I was going to push for 6. No.
So I was thinking either, I was thinking 9 to 12 time frame, something like that, or 8:30 to 12:30.
Madam Vice Chair, I would like to see Commissioner Hanson actually get up at 8 o'clock in the morning as well. So that'd be great. But she's doing good. She's
Look,
doing.
everybody, I'm up at those hours. I just don't really like to participate.
That's fine.
Okay, but you're Commissioner Hanson. You're doing well these days. You know, you're becoming a morning bird. That's good though.
Okay, so thank you, Commissioner. So that's what I'll work on then with the those dates, and we'll send out some additional meeting requests. But that gives us a good target for the strategic planning. So thank you.
Thank you. And just for the record, before he stepped out for a minute, Chair Roybal texted that he was fine with any of those dates. So just for the record.
Great. Thank you so much. All right. So
Madam Chair, really quick, if I may.
Yeah, Commissioner Garcia.
In regards to the COVID, I appreciate the Manager Miller and her staff working with the FESA Council as into the testing, what's happening with that stuff. But Manager Miller, is there any word as into what's happening with the governor and when they're going to open up the state? Because I deal with the schools, and sometimes the next basis is, schools are open all of a sudden by a certain date. Okay, now we have to deal with that. Bernalillo County has turned green in the last day or two. I understand that. So if we do turn green and we do open up, so we actually have a plan as to bringing all the staff back to work and opening up senior centers, community centers, so on and so forth. We have that plan. Or are you working on that?
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that's what I was saying earlier, that as we move to green, which I believe we will, here's the problem too. If you move to green, and then you backslide the following week, you don't go back to yellow, you go to red. So it's best if rather than constantly changing operational hours, we're not back and forth, but what we are trying to do, and I have asked Rachel to look at all of our facilities, our community centers. I don't think that we will be, even if Santa Fe County moves to turquoise, that we would be having senior centers open with meals immediately. I think we want to make sure that the majority of our population is vaccinated before we would open senior centers back up. But we are looking at every single one of our services that we have scaled back, or hours that we have changed, or facilities that we have closed. I've asked Rachel to look at community centers, that people would be able to rent a community center again, but within the guidelines of the health order, all of those things. So we're reviewing everything for opening back up, but I don't want to say that the day that Santa Fe County turns green, everything will automatically be opened up, because it just doesn't function that way. And the state is still doing it county by county. I don't know if at a certain point, if the whole state is green or turquoise, if the governor may change the way they're doing this. But at the moment, what we have is that we have to get to less than 5% positivity and less than 8 cases per 100,000 residents over a 2-week period to be green. Rachel, you wanted to add to that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Garcia, I just wanted to add one thing, because I noticed that the CDC guidance and things are moving relatively quickly, and we have guidance that's optimistic. But I think I want to support what the county manager said in terms of opening the building more if we move to green. But many of the guidances that are given by CDC, or at least some of them, are done with the uncertainty that we don't know how long immunity from vaccination lasts. We do have a decent handle, or the country does have a decent handle in terms of how long immunity lasts for people who have been infected with COVID. They do not for people who have been vaccinated. So, for example, some of the guidance that has been released is marked with a caveat for 3 months, because I think the research is not clear yet on how long that lasts. So I just wanted to add that certainly, as the county manager said, we're looking at community centers, how we could be as open as possible while not, while understanding what we still don't know.
Thank you,
Madam Chair,
Director.
I
Yes.
appreciate the answer because I'm being honest, because it's a big, huge moving target that the whole entire state's dealing with, as well as the schools, et cetera, et cetera. And, you know, I just want to thank Rachel and your staff for following this target, and because it's a moving target. However, it's going to come to a point where New Mexico's going to open up. So just want to make sure you guys are on it. I just want to make sure that you guys are on it, and I appreciate the hard work that you guys are trying to follow this moving target, or follow the elk or follow a bobcat that's been moving around. Like Commissioner Hughes says, where's that bobcat? We've got to follow that bobcat. But I appreciate the staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. So, Madam Chair, that's all I had on COVID updates, miscellaneous updates, legislative updates, and if there's no other questions, we could go to item D on the agenda.
Yes, please.
Thank you. So, back in December, and this is related to COVID, we were unable to do a physical visit as a Board of County Commission group to the county jail. It was not advisable under COVID circumstances and restrictions in the facility. We don't have visitors, live visitors in the facility. It's very limited. Individuals who are allowed into the facility to reduce the potential spread of the COVID-19 virus. So in December, the board directed me to go and do the annual inspection of the facility as required by state statute, and to also, if I could, accompany that inspection with a video. So under item 8D in onboard docs in the packet is a link to that video. It is about a 51-minute video. It was several videos that I took. There, you can see it. Several videos that I took, and then Daniel Fresquez, being the magic guy with the videos and all things IT for me. I just handed him my phone and said, could you make a video? So he spliced those together, and that video portion of the tour is there, or of the inspection. I did request that you all take an opportunity to view it if you could before this meeting, just so you could see what went along with item E. So if we could move to item E, Daniel, I'd appreciate it, because item E, the jail inspection and report, if you could click on that first item. In your packet, and I will not take you through this entire report, but it just shows you that in accordance with section 33-3-4 of the New Mexico state statutes, that I did conduct that annual site visit to our adult detention facility and inspect it. The overall conditions of the facility at the request of the commission. All of those items that are listed below, I had a meeting with the detention administrators and talked about staffing levels, staffing vacancies, turnover, the inmate population. We went through the entire facility looking at the intake process, the release, the inmate housing units and cells, medical department, food service, laundry service, security posts, the external part of the facility. And attached in your packet is a 9-page written report that goes along with the video. And with that, I would just stand for any questions and respectfully request approval of that December 31st inspection. And
Thank
the
you very much,
attached
Mr.
report.
Miller. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Catherine, for going to the facility. I watched the video. I was really happy to see that we have moved from to the Visa card for the inmates, so that we don't, that was something that we had talked about in the audit committee and part of something that was recommended, and I was very happy to see that. I have to say the facility looked pretty good on the video. I don't know how, you know, it wasn't in person, but I appreciated you making that effort to do that entire walk through the kitchens. There was a new room that have gotten converted. I don't remember exactly where that was, but you seemed to think that was a good use of that room, and I appreciated that. And it did look much better than just having a bunch of lockers in it. You know, so I did try and watch it. It was it was not the easiest thing to watch, but I really appreciate your effort in doing that. And I'm happy to make a motion, but I probably think that I should let some of the other commissioners make comments also.
Either way, because we can certainly have discussion after. Are
Yeah.
there other commissioners, other questions?
So I'll make a motion to approve the report. Thank you, Manager Miller, for going there and doing that.
Commissioner Hughes? Commissioner Hughes, you're muted. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, thank you. I appreciated the video. I watched it one night. It was not riveting entertainment, but it was very good to see. So I will second the motion, and I also look forward to getting an in-person tour when it's safe for everybody to do so. But I do second the motion.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion?
Madam Chair, this is Rudy.
Garcia?
Just really, I would just like to thank Catherine as well for going to the jail, and I wish we would have had lunch this year again there, but I guess that's not going to happen. And so anyhow, one of the things that I appreciate is the video phone that we have now. So I appreciate that the individuals that are incarcerated actually can talk to their family through a video phone. So that's great. I appreciate that. And thank you, Catherine, for what you do, and for all the staff that works here, Pablo and your staff. Thank you for that. And I think we're doing good there. And, you know, sometimes as being a policymaker, you hear different sides of the story. And this is happening, this is not happening. So it's good for us policymakers to hear it from both sides, because sometimes there's always three sides to the story, right? His, hers, and the truth. And so, but thank you, Catherine, for doing that. And thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I would just actually ask one question, partly for the record and partly to get a bit of a live answer, because the report was good and pretty direct and the video was good. Do you have any comments, Manager Miller, about things that you thought, besides the room that Commissioner Hanson mentioned, which was a good catch, that you thought were different, in any kind of noteworthy way from previous years?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners, for your comments. You now know why I'm county manager or public administrator and not a filmmaker, because yeah, it was not exactly riveting. However, I want to say I really didn't give them any warning I was coming either. I pretty much told the warden I'll be there tomorrow morning, first thing, and so I don't think they ran around and cleaned up the facility and changed everything to make it look as good as it looked. If you noticed, it was very clean, very orderly, very organized. And I think the warden, deputy warden, the major, the medical staff, doctor, Mr. Bocelli, all of them are really doing a great job in such a difficult environment. It is, you know, yeah, the facility is already a secured facility, but we're having to be extra secured with keeping a virus out of the facility, and they're really working so hard to do that. All of the employees there, and they've done a good job. I can say in that report you'll see the number of staff that have been tested, number of inmates that have been tested, and how few cases we had. We did have a little uptick in cases in January, but we have for the last 2 weeks had 0 employees, 0 inmates with testing positive. So that's been also a testament to how well the staff is doing to try to make sure that we don't have COVID run through that facility. The kiosk, that's new from the last time you inspected, so it's something I made note of in the report, that when someone is booked into the facility, they no longer give cash to the booking area. They actually put it into, I called it the reverse ATM. They put it into a kiosk, and then they are given a receipt, and then when they leave the facility, they're given a debit card in the amount of that receipt. So there isn't cash changing hands, as Commissioner Hanson noted. Also, inside the pods, there are now video, so inmates, because we don't have in-person visitation, which we don't have contact in-person visitation anyway, but we used to have in-person visitation. We have not been having that since the pandemic, but we have video screens and phones in each of the pods, so inmates can make calls via video visit, much the way that the juveniles are able to visit with their family via video in San Juan. Also, I just want to note at the end, and the room that was remodeled for training for the cadets is on the 2nd floor. So when you go up to the 2nd floor, which is where you enter all of the observation areas in the pods, it's when you first enter the 2nd floor, there was a room there that had a lot of lockers and everything, and they've taken those, moved them to the hallway, and made kind of a training area for the new cadets. So it's a really useful place for training, because we were using the juvenile facility. This way, they're actually at the facility that they're getting their training to work in. Also, if you'll note in Appendix E, they have on that report all of the things that the staff has completed in fiscal year 19 and 20 and 2021 to date. Quite a bit of fixed asset replacement and upgrading, and then we're in progress on one of the things that I think we're really looking forward to getting completed, and that's the remodeling of some of the recreation yards, and that's so that we can have more individualized recreation areas for those inmates who have behavioral health issues and can't be in a group setting. So that's one that is, I think we are getting close to completion of design. That is on a design build contract. And we hope to, so we do have the purchase order issued for the design of that. As soon as we get the design completed, we will hopefully move forward on construction of that. And the other one that is has been long awaited for is the remodel of the master control room. While they have all upgraded systems, the room itself is pretty run down. So we're looking forward to getting that remodel done, hopefully within the next 6 to 12 months as well. So those would just be the things that I would note. Our population still remains around 325 to 335 for county inmates. Our U.S. Marshal population has increased. We're at about 115. And then we have Pueblo, City of Santa Fe, Espanola, Rio Arriba County, you know, anywhere from 10 to 20 of those inmates, of all those entities combined, is what our population has pretty much stayed at for the last 3 months or so. That's all I have, unless you have any other questions.
Well, no, but I do, since we do have Director Cedillo and our Warden Williams on this call. Director, do you have anything you would like to say, or?
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. I think the staff has done a very good job. They take pride in what they do, and they take pride in that facility. And anytime you walk into a facility, the first thing you look at, first thing I look at, and I've been in corrections for more than I want to know, is the cleanliness of it. That is a very important aspect on who runs that institution. And I think it's important to know is the staff take pride in what they do in their from their uniforms all the way to their day-to-day responsibilities and duty. That comes from the leadership over there at the facility as well. That leadership filters down their pride in excellence in corrections. So, you know, I personally thank the warden. We talk every single morning pretty early in the morning. By the way, Commissioner Hanson, about 6 in the morning we talk. So I think it is a real testament on what the staff doing and the pride that they take in their jobs responsibilities. And they take things very personal if things aren't done correctly. And I know the warden does, because him and I talk about it all the time. So I just want to thank County Manager Miller for going down there and shooting her video and walking through the facility with the administration. And I hope she had an opportunity to talk to staff too, because their vocalization of what they do at the facility, you could also tell them that they take pride. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank the warden, the deputy warden, and all his staff for the job that they're well done. I'm especially proud of the projects that we've pushed on. We had 3 top projects we wanted to do, 4 top projects, and we've completed 2 and on the verge of completing the 3rd one. So I think, again, that just is a testament to the pride that they take in that facility. So I'll take this opportunity and thank the warden and the staff. Deputy Warden, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director Cedillo.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I would just like to thank staff as well, as Director Cedillo just mentioned, as well as the board and the entire staff, because us policymakers, my colleagues, that's our county jail. And when I say our county jail, every taxpayer that lives in Santa Fe County pays for that jail. And so Catherine Miller, as well as her budget staff, Santa Fe County pays for that entire facility. And so I just appreciate Catherine, as well as all the employees there, as well as the financial department, as well as my colleagues, as into we actually fund that entire jail. No city dollars, county dollars. And so Catherine, sorry to say Catherine, Catherine Pablo, you know what? Thank you for what y'all do and the financial department, because Santa Fe County funds that entire jail, not the city, the county does. So it's a big, huge hit to our budget, but it's still operating. So thank you for your entire staff, Pablo and Catherine, and thank you for that, because it's our jail. Every taxpayer in this county pays for that jail. But thank you for the update, as well as the film. You did very well, Catherine, on filming that stuff. And but thank you, my colleagues, and all the taxpayers, city, county, that pay for that jail. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Mention Warden Williams. Did you want a moment to say something or have anything? I don't want to put you on the spot, but that's.
Commissioner, I just want to say thank you. I can't really, there's nothing I can say without being redundant, that the county manager, she was pretty thorough, and her
Okay,
summarization of, but thank you to her and Director Cedillo and to the commission for being supportive and complimentary as you have been. As has already been said, we're very lucky to have the staff that we have at the facility. I think when you look at the news and the paper around the state, some of the different litigation and issues going on, it's disheartening sometimes, and I think it's concerning when you're on the public side and not their insight to see what goes on every day. But we're very proud of the facility we have in Santa Fe County, and we couldn't do it if we didn't have the support from the county manager's office and this commission. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Warden Williams. So we do have a motion and a second. I'll go to a roll to approve the report. I'll go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
And I'm just checking, Chair Roybal, are you back? But, okay, Commissioner Hamilton votes yes, so that passes unanimously. And that takes us to,
Madam Chair, real quickly.
yes.
Thank you. And I just want to, on the record, as soon as everyone is vaccinated and we can schedule the 2021 tour, we'll get that so that you get in there before December of this year as well. I think more than likely sometime towards the end of the summer, we would be able to schedule an in-person tour for that, unless something unusual happens. But I just wanted to note that we I will try to make sure that we figure out a way to get all of you in person this year. And then one other thing, I know that because we tabled the BDD agreements, we would need to have a special meeting prior to our next meeting. And I was wondering if the March 22nd, Greg thinks anywhere from 45 minutes, if March 22nd works for the board. And if so, a time that might work. I would think likely in the afternoon of the 22nd, if the board's available. Commissioner Hanson gave the thumbs up.
As long as it's anything after about 10 or 10:30 a.m., I'm available. Commissioner Hughes?
if I'm still involved with what kept me late today, I would only be available after 6 o'clock in the evening on that
Commissioner
day, but
Garcia.
it's a little uncertain.
Right. And Commissioner Garcia? Do you?
Yeah.
I'm so
Yes.
sorry, Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Dr. Miller, did you say, is that, what day, did you say the 22nd?
March 22nd. It's a
What day
Monday.
is that?
It's
That's
a
a Monday? I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I'm available anytime that day. Thank you. Commissioner Henson?
Maybe we could tentatively schedule it for 6 p.m. And if Commissioner Hughes knows anything sooner, we could move it earlier.
That's fine with me. So,
Madam Chair, can we do that like at 7 in the morning or something?
yeah.
Commissioner Hughes can't make it then either.
Good response. Point.
Monday's fine for me.
Okay, we'll send out an invite for that. Thank you. And that's all I have, Commissioner, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. So I guess that does move us to item 9, matters from commissioners and other elected officials. So 9A is from commissioners. Commissioner Hanson? I'm sorry, you're muted. I don't know how I know you went to unmute, so I don't know how that happened.
Okay, thank you. I have good preliminary news. I had brought 2 resolutions at the NACO. I guess this is the legislative conference. And one was on protection of pollinators, and one was on supporting the Reauthorization Act of the National Heritage Areas. And both of them passed out of the main committee, EELU. And yesterday I was asked to present my Protect Pollinators to the Ag and Rural Affairs Committee. They amended my resolution. It's very brief, and I will be happy to share it with all of you. But it seems that habitat and pollinator corridors is a hot button item. And so I had to remove those words, but I got the initial meaning and the protection of pollinators through and into the into the next phase. So I was very happy about that because it's always a crapshoot, so to speak, of who is going to support your resolutions. And then earlier in the last week, Liz Archuleta, who is a supervisor from Coconino County, has been appointed to the Biden administration, and she is the Intergovernmental Affairs liaison with USDA. And she invited me to a meeting with the new secretary, and it was exactly that day that Secretary Tim Spisak, Vizak, I don't know if I'm saying his name completely properly. Tom, anyhow, he addressed the 300 people who attended this invitation, and it's really nice to have someone who we know. Liz is somebody who we all have, many of us have worked with. I know Commissioner Roybal knows her, and Commissioner Garcia may know her, but you know, to have somebody who we can actually call directly at USDA and ask them for money, ask them for support, and get information. So I wanted to share that with everyone. And then I was really happy to receive a call from Stephanie Springer at NMED on the morning that they filed their lawsuit against the 2016 consent decree. And that is something that I have been advocating for. And so I was really glad to see that the New Mexico Environment Department is no longer satisfied with the 2016 consent order and is going to start requiring more cleanup at Lanel. And I really appreciate their effort, and I want to give them a shout out for the hard work that they are doing to protect the public. And I'm grateful to their leadership and to Secretary Kenny for filing this lawsuit and being so strategic about it. So I just wanted to share that with the board. And at the moment, that's all I have. So thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to share that information.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Other commissioners?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
there's an individual that actually created Rudy Garcia many years ago, and I lost her about 6 years ago. And yesterday was International Women's Day, and so I just all the women out there, thank you for what you do for society worldwide. And because without women, we probably wouldn't be where we are today. And once again, thank you, International Women's Day. So all the women out there, thank you. Appreciate you all.
Hey, thank you, Commissioner Garcia. That's really, really kind of you. This is Commissioner
No.
Hanson, and
Because
I appreciate that.
No,
Very
because
true.
without I just want to say that because, like I said yesterday, International Women's Day, and so thank you for all women out there. So I appreciate you all. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes?
Well, other than noting that, yes, International Women's Day is very important, and thank you to our women leaders, but I have nothing else to report. I'll save it up for next time.
Great. Thank you very much. Well, that'll move us on to the 9B, other elected officials. So I know our treasurer is on, Treasurer Manzanares. Do you have anything? Because I can't always see if people are raising their hands. Maybe not.
Madam Chair, it doesn't look like she is currently signed on.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I had looked before we started, when we got to this item a few minutes ago. This is Clerk Clark. Do you have anything?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are going to be concluding our Board of Registration voter rolls cleanup this week. Our final meeting is this Thursday. We're going to be doing our website launch, our new website launch meeting. So hopefully we'll have a new website in the next 6 weeks. Let's see what else is going on in the clerk's office. Oh, we are hiring. So I think the closing date is tomorrow. So if you want to work in the clerk's office, to anyone out there, you can look at the job descriptions and apply. And we'd very much like to hire 3 new workers in the clerk's office. So that's kind of exciting.
That is excellent. Thank you very much. And I did look, but I may have missed, is our sheriff on? Sheriff Mendoza? And do you have anything if you are?
He was previously, but it looks like he's signed out as well.
Okay, thank you very much, Tessa Jo. So that would actually move us to matters from the county attorney. And I believe what has been scheduled is for us to go to executive session and then come back to do the public hearings. And Manager Miller, is that still the appropriate order sequence to do things in?
Yes, Madam Chair. We don't have, as a matter of fact, all of the items that are listed under executive session, and Greg will let you know, but we won't be doing all 5 of them anyway.
Excellent, thank you. So Attorney Schaefer, could you let us know what we would be doing in preparation for a motion to go to executive session.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Before we talk about this evening's executive session, I would like to state for inclusion in the meeting minutes of this meeting that at its February 23rd, 2021 meeting, the Board of County Commissioners went into executive session at the end of the meeting and did not reconvene in open session. I would therefore respectfully request the minutes of this meeting reflect that the matters discussed during the February 23rd, 2021 executive session were limited only to those specified in the motion for closure. When the board approves the minutes for this meeting, it will be approving the substance of the statement that I just read into the record. In terms of this evening's executive session, it is needed for purposes of discussing threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant as allowed by section 1015(1)(h)(7) NMSA 1978, and discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights as allowed by section 1015(1)(h)(8) NMSA 1978. That includes the following three matters. They are on your agenda listed as item 2, disputes arising under Santa Fe County Agreement number 2020-0189 PW/KE. 4, disposition of open space property within the city limits of the city of Santa Fe. And 5, Buckman Direct Diversion Board versus CDM Smith et al., First Judicial District Court, case number D101 CV 2018-01610.
Thank you, Attorney Schaefer. So I would entertain a motion to go into an executive session.
Madam Chair, this is Rudy. I'd like to go into executive session as for the items talked about by Attorney Schaefer, or mentioned by
Thank you.
Attorney Schaefer.
Commissioner Hanson?
Sorry, I will second.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can I have a roll call?
Yes, Madam Chair. Chairwoman Hamilton.
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson.
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes.
Yes.
And I assume Chair Roybal is excused?
At this time, I believe he is still excused. So
Okay,
I'd like to remind everybody that everybody going to executive session needs to close out of this entirely and go to the separate WebEx meeting to join executive session. And then for everybody who is still on this meeting and will wait for us to return, we'll come back as soon as possible and conclude our business with the public hearings that are listed. Thank you very much.
is, I don't see Commissioner Garcia quite yet, or is he here and I'm just missing him?
It doesn't look like he's signed on just yet.
Okay, we'll wait a couple more minutes.
I can contact him and see if he's having some issues as well.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay, I'm sure Commissioner Garcia will join us shortly. So we're on, can I get a motion to come out of executive session and describing that the only things we talked about what are the things that the county attorney summarized before we went into executive session and also the attendees?
Mr. Chair, it's not necessary to list the attendees in executive session, just that the only matters discussed were those that were listed in the motion for closure. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So
Okay.
move.
Second.
So we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia, and a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So we're out of executive session. Commissioner Garcia should be joining us shortly. We're going to go to item number 11A, which is a BCC case number 14-5492, Sala Conceptual Plan, Master Plan Extension, Phase 1, Preliminary and Final Subdivision Plat Extension, and an amendment to the previously imposed condition by the BCC, Cenemar LLC, applicant design and equity agent requesting a 2-year conceptual plan time extension in the land use development on a 64-acre site. The applicant also requests a 3-year time extension of the preliminary and final subdivision plat for phase 1, 3 lots of the Soleil development, and to amend conditions number 8 as previously imposed by the BCC on the phase 1 preliminary and final plat time extension, which states the preliminary and final plat of the Saley Phase 1 shall not be recorded until such time that the northeast connector is under construction and no structural permits, not including infrastructure, will be issued until the northeast connector is operational. The applicant is requesting to remove the language from this condition that restricts plat recordation until such time that the northeast connector is under construction. The property is located on the south side of I-25 and east of Richards Avenue within Section 16, Township 16, Range 8 East or 9 East. And so from our Land Use Department, we have Mr. Jose Larinaga, and this is in District 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jose Larinaga with Building Development Services. On April 14th, 2015, the Board of County Commissioners approved a master plan for the Soleil development to allow a phased mixed-use development on a 64-acre site. The approval included a variance of Santa Fe County Ordinance number 2000-12, the Community College District Ordinance, Section 6.E.3.C, which amended ordinance number 1996-10 in order to allow a no outlet roadway to exceed 300 feet, and a variance of the CCD section 6.7 road design standards to allow deviation from design standards required of a living priority road. The uses allowed by the approved master plan for phase 1, consisting of 24.16 acres, include the following: 13.55 acres of open space, which includes passive space, parks, plaza, trails, roads, drainage facilities, wastewater treatment facilities, stables, riding academies, and cemeteries. Neighborhood center consisting of 7.39 acres, which includes cemeteries, funeral homes, and churches and religious institutions, and an employment center consisting of 1.82 acres, which includes air-conditioned storage facility with allowed caretaker unit and RV and boat storage facility. The use list for phase 2, consisting of 35.68 acres, includes the following: 16.13 acres of open space, which includes passive space, parks, plazas, playgrounds, trails, roads, drainage facilities, wastewater treatment facilities, stables, riding academies, and cemeteries. Employment center consisting of 18.97 acres, which includes apartments, condos, or townhomes, shopping center, hotel, restaurants, and office retail. On January 12, 2016, the Board of County Commissioners approved a request for a master plan amendment to allow 12 commercial lots on a 64-acre site to increase the amount of seating allowed in the church, religious institution, and for preliminary and final plat and development plan to create 3 commercial lots on 24 acres for Soleil Phase 1. The BCC final order was recorded on April 13th, 2016. Therefore, the expiration date of the conceptual plan under section 4.9.9.10 of the Sustainable Land Development Code is April 13, 2021, and the expiration of the preliminary and final plat and development plan pursuant to sections 5.7.11 and 5.8.7 of the SLDC was initially April 13, 2018. On August 14, 2018, the Board of County Commissioners approved a three-year time extensions of the approved preliminary plat and final plat for Soleil Phase 1 in accordance with sections 5.7.11 and 5.8.7 of the SLDC. The BCC final order was recorded on November 28, 2018. The expiration date of the preliminary and final development plan was thus extended to April 13, 2021. The applicant is requesting a 2-year extension of the BCC approvals granted for Soleil conceptual plan. The applicant quotes the following SLDC section and states the following. Section 1.11.1 of the SLDC states, the zoning map adopted in conjunctions with the SLDC shall incorporate zoning or rezoning of property actions and completed prior to the effective date of the SLDC. Soleil's zoning occurred with the approval of the master plan by the BCC in 2015 prior to the adoption of the SLDC, and therefore should be incorporated into the zoning map, and no extensions should be required to maintain the Soleil approved zoning. We therefore respectfully request that the BCC recognize that the Soleil master plan rezoned the property prior to the adoption of the SLDC and thus is not subject to expiration. Staff response, transitional provisions, SLDC section 1.11.4, approved master plans. Properties that have received final approval of a master plan within 5 years of the effective date of the SLDC shall file an application for approval of a development plan, preliminary development plan, or subdivision plat pursuant to the SLDC no later than January 2017, or the approval of the master plan shall nevertheless expire. In the case of a phase master plan that has moved forward with a phase or phases in accordance with an approved phasing plan, the master plan shall be considered a conceptual plan, and its expiration shall be governed by section 4.9.9.10. Any zoning established by an expired master plan shall be included in the zoning map as described in section 1.11.1 of the SLDC. The following are sections of ordinance number 2016-9, the Sustainable Land Development Code, that pertain to this request. Section 4.9.9.10 states the development order granting a conceptual plan shall expire after 5 years but may be extended by the board for up to 2 additional years at a time. If a phasing schedule is approved, the conceptual plan expiration shall be in accordance with the phasing schedule. The zoning map identifies this property within the CCD and recognizes the zoning established by the Soleil Master Plan. However, section 1.11.4 requires that the Soleil Master Plan shall be governed by the expiration provisions of section 4.9.9.10. Therefore, an extension is required every 2 years to avoid expiration. Staff supports the request for a 2-year conceptual plan time extension. The request is in conformance with the Sustainable Land Development Code, section 1.11.4 and section 4.9.9.10. The uses and zoning are recognized in the zoning map. The conceptual plan allows for a phased mixed-use development on a 64-acre site. Phase 1 preliminary and final subdivision plat extension. The applicant's request also includes a 3-year extension of the preliminary and final plat for Soleil Phase 1 in accordance with section 5.8.7 of Ordinance 2016-9, the Sustainable Land Development Code. The applicant states, recordation of the final plat for Phase 1 has been delayed due to a condition recommended by staff and adopted by the BCC that required we could not record the plat until the Northeast Connector construction contracts were released. As that condition has not been satisfied, all of our projects approvals granted by the BCC are subject to expire on April 13, 2021. Section 5.8.7 of the SLDC states that prior to expiration of the final plat, the subdivider may request from the board an extension of the final plat for a period of time not exceeding 36 months. There is no provision in the code limiting the number of times the BCC may grant this extension. The following are sections of ordinance number 2016-9, the Sustainable Land Development Code, that pertain to this request. Section 5.7.11 states an approved or conditionally approved preliminary plat shall expire unless the applicant obtains a development order granting approval of the final plat within 24 months from the date of preliminary plat approval or conditional approval. Prior to the expiration of the approved or conditionally approved preliminary plat, the applicant may submit an application for extension for approval by the board for a period of time not to exceed a total of 36 months from the original approval date. No further extension shall be granted under any circumstances, and the preliminary approval shall become null and void upon expiration of the preliminary plat. No application for final plat approval shall be allowed to be submitted after the preliminary plat has expired. The expiration of the approved or conditionally approved preliminary plat shall terminate all proceedings on the subdivision, and no final plat shall be filed without first processing a new preliminary plat. Section 5.8.7 states any approved or conditionally approved final plat shall be recorded within 24 months after its approval or conditional approval, or the plat shall expire. Prior to the expiration of the final plat, the subdivider may request from the board an extension of the final plat for a period of time not exceeding 36 months. In considering this application, staff has reviewed the relevant statutory language regarding the expiration of both preliminary plats and final plats. Those provisions quoted below in their entirety differ slightly from the corresponding provisions in the SLDC. The following is a pertinent statutory provision for this request. Would be letter C. The expiration of the approved or conditionally approved preliminary plat shall terminate all proceedings on the subdivision, and no final plat shall be filed without first processing a new preliminary plat. NMSA 1978, Section 47-6-11.3 does not specifically identify an expiration date for a final plat, simply because Section 47-6-11.1, in essence, already addresses that issue by stating that all proceedings terminate and no final plat shall be recorded once the preliminary plat expires. The language related to phase development is not applicable in this case, as no final plat for any phase is being recorded. The statutory provisions allow the county to decide upon the initial period of validity for a preliminary plat, and then allow the BCC in its discretion to approve an additional extension of up to 36 months. Under the statutory framework, therefore, a preliminary plat can be valid and a final plat recorded as much as 6 years after initial approval. Because the applicant has been hampered by an unsatisfied condition that is beyond the applicant's control, and because state law contemplates as much as 6 years for recording of a preliminary and final plat, staff is comfortable recommending an additional 12 months. Staff cannot, however, support a 3-year extension of the preliminary and final plat for Soleil Phase 1, as this request would extend the recording deadline beyond the time frame contemplated by state statute. Amendment to a previously imposed condition by the BCC. On July 31st, 2018, the Board of County Commissioners approved an extension of the preliminary and final plat for Soleil Phase 1. The BCC approval included a condition which states, the preliminary and final plat for Soleil Phase 1 shall not be recorded until such time that the Northeast Connector is under construction, and no permits will be issued until the Northeast Connector is operational. The applicant is requesting a modification to the previously imposed condition to allow for plat recordation prior to the Northeast Connector being under construction. Staff response. The condition of approval reads in full. The preliminary and final plat for Soleil Phase 1 shall not be recorded until such time that the Northeast Connector is under construction, and no structural permits, not including infrastructure, will be issued until the Northeast Connector is operational. Staff supports the request by the applicant to amend the previously imposed condition. The delays in construction of the Northeast Connector should not delay the recordation of the preliminary and final plat for Soleil Phase 1. It is recommended that the first portion of condition number 8 dealing with the plat recordation be deleted, and the condition instead read as follows. No structural permits, not including infrastructure, will be issued until the Northeast Connector is operational. Staff recommendation. Staff recommends approval of the request for a 2-year conceptual plan time extension in conformance with Section 4.9.9.10 of the Sustainable Land Development Code. The conceptual plan allows for a phased mixed-use development on a 64-acre site. The conceptual plan would therefore be valid until April 13th, 2023. Staff recommends that the preliminary and therefore also the final plat be extended for 1 year, which would be the maximum extension allowed under state law. Staff recommends approval of the request for an amendment to the previously imposed condition so that the condition reads as follows. No structural permits, not including infrastructure, will be issued until the Northeast Connector is operational. Staff recommends that the following previously imposed conditions and the amended condition number 8 be imposed on any approval of the applicant's request. Mr. Chair, may I enter these conditions into the record?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I stand for any questions.
Okay, I'm going to go to our board. Are there any questions from the board?
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Commissioner Garcia?
So really quick, thank you, Mr. Chair. Jose, so they're actually asking for a time extension, right? That's it? And they can get final plat approval, get it recorded, and they will not build anything into the Northeast Southeast Connector is built, correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that's correct. They can build it according to the amended condition, build the infrastructure, but no structures until the Northeast Connector is built.
One other question, Jose, is the apartment complex that we approved there by the community college, they have the same condition, correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, it's a similar condition. That condition on that particular project was they can build the apartments, but they couldn't occupy until the Southeast Connector was operational.
So they're treated equally, correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Jose.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Any other questions, Commissioner Hansen? You're on mute, ma'am.
So if we take out no structural permit, not including infrastructure, will be issued until the Northeast Connector is operational, does that mean that they can then now start doing some infrastructure? And is that their intention, is to start building, but then how are they going to get in and out of their development, since, if I remember right, and their entrance and exit is off of the Northeast Connector?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hansen, yeah, they have access to the property. I don't know if their intention is to do the infrastructure right away or wait until the Northeast Connector and they get buyers for the property or users for the property to start any kind of construction.
Okay, well, I'd like to hear from the applicant, so I will wait.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the board? I'll go ahead and go to the applicant. The applicant is present?
Yes. Do you want me to be sworn in?
I believe that we need to have you sworn in. Madam Clerk, can you swear in the applicant?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Can you raise your right hand, please?
Yep.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
I'm Oralyn Guerrero Ortiz. I'm an engineer with Design Ingenuity. My address is 1421 Louisa Street, Suite 200 here in Santa Fe, and I have been sworn in.
Thank you.
Commissioner Garcia, if I can, I'd like to take a different stance. The condition's different. I actually am working on the elevations project, the apartment project, and we're allowed to proceed with building the infrastructure associated with that project and also go vertical with construction. We're just not allowed to occupy the project until the Southeast Connector is open. What staff has proposed on this project is different. They're saying that we can build the infrastructure. They're not saying we can move ahead with any structures. So to make them apples to apples, you'd have to say that we can't have certificate of occupancies until such time as the Northeast Connector is operational. Commissioner Hansen, the reason we had gotten a variance request initially was so that we could come off of Richards Avenue as a temporary road and use that initially for phase one. That was our original plan until the Northeast Connector went in. But with the conditions that have been set, we can't move forward at all until the Northeast Connector is currently operational. And recognize when we agreed to those conditions, we were told that that Northeast Connector was going to happen within a year. And this has dragged on for a ridiculous amount of time and has been an incredible burden. And the county is looking to my owner, to my client, to donate a very large chunk of land on the order of 8 acres to the county for the Northeast Connector. And yet staff and frankly, the BCC, past BCC, has made it incredibly difficult for development and painful financially. So we're looking for some relief. And I don't want to argue code with staff, but I think that they kindly brushed over the fact that their code is not consistent with state law. That's the guts of what their presentation is, because my request was consistent with the SLDC. And after I made that request, I was told that their code is not consistent with state law. But I do think, I'm not a lawyer, but I think that the state law is written in a way that there are multiple interpretations. And I do think my original request for 3 years is possible under state law also. Penny won't agree with me, but that's what I believe. Anyway, I hope that you all will consider at least making our conditions similar to the one that applies to the Elevations project, again, that apartment complex off of College Drive. And I'll stand for any questions.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
I'm going to go to Commissioner Hanson.
So if we remove the no structural permit, not including infrastructure, will be issued until the Northeast Connector is operational, would that make it apples to apples?
To make it perfectly apples to apples, you would have to add a line saying that occupancy of any structure cannot occur until the Northeast Connector is operational.
And are you good with that?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, if you can hear me, this is Penny Ellis, Green Growth Management Director. The reason why we made the condition the way it is that is what the applicant asked for. We are okay with going to a condition that states that no building can be occupied prior to the Northeast Connector being open. We are in agreement that can still work, and that would be consistent with the Elevations project.
And then what about no structural permits, not including infrastructure? Are you good with removing that?
If we remove that, that would be consistent with Elevations, meaning that they could go vertical, they could construct, but they cannot occupy a building until the road is operational.
Okay. So I think being apples to apples on these two issues is the proper way to go. I think that the delays with the Northeast Connector and the Southeast Connector, which I know that everyone on this commission knows that I consider that one of my babies, and is also incredibly frustrating to me that 13 years later, it's still not built. So I'll leave it there for right now because I see Commissioner Hughes has his hand up.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, I just wonder what the effect would be on the neighboring people who already live there, I think particularly in Oshara Village, of starting construction of homes without having the Northeast-Southeast Connector set up. I mean, you mentioned access off of Richards Avenue. Does that go through any residential area, or is it, sufficiently separate from a residential area that people won't have heavy equipment driving through their neighborhood?
If I might, the connection to Richards Avenue is at the Dinosaur Trail signal, so it would not go through Oshara.
And there's no other houses to the east of that intersection?
There's
right
no,
now?
no, currently it's vacant land.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Okay, do we have any other questions from commissioners? Commissioner Garcia, are you there?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm good. I have no questions.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, so I guess if there's not any other questions, go ahead, Commissioner Hanson.
So I would, if it's all right with Commissioner Hughes, I would like to make a motion.
Before you do that, Commissioner Jensen, this is a public
yeah.
hearing.
Yeah. Okay, no worries. Yeah, I was just going to go to public comment. Tessa Joe, has anybody signed up to speak in opposition or in favor of this case?
Mr. Chair, they've not.
Okay. So I'm going to ask if there's anybody from the public that would like to speak in support or opposition of this case 14-5492. Can you unmute yourself and state your name for the record? Okay, I'll ask one more time. Is there anybody from the public that would like to speak in support or opposition of the case that we're looking at right now? Please unmute yourself. Okay, hearing none, I'm going to close public comment, and I'm going to go back to Commissioner Hanson.
Commissioner Hughes, are you okay with me making a motion?
Yes, I'm fine with you making the motion. I'll second it once you make it.
Okay. So I would like to follow staff recommendation, and I would like to add in that the information about no occupancy until the Northeast Connector is operational.
Okay, so we have a motion. We have a motion from Commissioner Hanson. Do I hear a second?
I'll second it.
Just a clarification, are we deleting, allowing us to go vertical? Deleting that restriction that wouldn't allow us to go vertical?
We're deleting no structural permits, not including infrastructure, but would be issued until the Northeast Connector is operational.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, and this is in Commissioner District 5. Is this Commissioner Hughes District? Is that correct? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hanson, a second from Commissioner Hughes. I'm going to go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Is Yape okay with the conditions? Or the recommendation? Orlin, are you good with that?
What I would prefer is 3 years extension of the plat, but given that staff doesn't agree that's legal, I'll be satisfied with 1.
Okay, I have the ultimate most respect for Orlin Guerrero Ortiz because he actually taught me a lot of stuff engineering, and yes, I vote yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Roybal. So this item passes unanimously.
Thank you,
okay,
Commissioner.
Thank you. Thank you, Orlin. Okay, so we're going to go on to item number 11B. And this is case number 10-5366, St. Francis South preliminary plat approval for phases 1 through 4. And final plat approval for phases 1 and 2. Vegas Verdes LLC applicant is Jenkins and Gavin Incorporated. The agents requests preliminary plat approvals for phases 1 through 4, which
Mr.
consists
Chair,
of. Yes.
this item is tabled.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, so this item is tabled, so sorry about that. We're going to go on to our 12th item, and it looks like our last before concluding business. So this is a public hearing on proposed ordinance to begin no earlier than 5, so we're after 5 o'clock. This is 12A, an ordinance amending the Sustainable Land Development Code Ordinance number 2016-9 to amend and restate section 7.2 to include the latest adopted codes and to amend and restate section 7.14 concerning energy efficient to the, among other things, require new structures to comply with specific pathways in the 2018 New Mexico Residential Energy Conservation Code and 2018 requirement for residential structures. And from our growth management department, we have Ms. Penny Ellis Green and Mr. Robert Griego. And then also we have Jacqueline Bean, Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. In August of last year, the state CID approved including the 2018 International Energy Conservation Code into the statewide building code. This change goes into effect on March 24th. The 2018 IECC provides different compliance pathways for both residential and commercial. The residential pathways are either prescriptive, an ERI of 61, or a performance modeling. Currently, the SLDC requires a HERS 70 rating or equivalent. The state's ERI 61 pathway is considered to achieve higher energy efficiency than the other two main pathways and HERS 70. The 2018 Commercial Energy Conservation Code has 3 commercial pathways, an ASHRAE 90.1, a prescriptive, and a performance modeling. The current SLDC requires non-residential structures to be designed to Energy Star certification. The closest pathway to the current SLDC requirements is considered to be the ASHRAE pathway. The rationale for these changes being that the energy rating index approach for residential and the ASHRAE pathway for commercial will on average achieve higher energy efficiency than if the structure met the minimum requirements of any other pathway. The state actually adopted an energy rating index of 61, which is very similar but different to a HERS 61. Enforcement of energy efficiency standards is important to ensure compliance, but the county does not have building inspectors or even technical reviewers to enforce building standards, and current enforcement relies on a HERS rater coming back to the county to submit their reports after construction. The county has no way of really knowing when a house is completed or being inspected for building standards. Us using the same standards as the state would ensure that the state's building inspectors will enforce these standards and require compliance before a certificate of occupancy is issued for a residential structure. The state CID has provided staff with a basic checklist that will require applicants to follow when submitting for a residential permit. The ERI pathway will include a proposed rating, which can be generated by software similar to that of HERS rating, but is not required to be produced by a HERS rater. The existing code also includes a whole house ventilation requirement that is not consistent with state building codes now. State bases ventilation requirements on a 2015 International Mechanical Code. And because this county requirement could create confusion and add costs to residential development, and again, because we don't have building inspectors and we couldn't enforce, staff is recommending that section be deleted. On February 9th, the BCC directed staff to publish title and general summary of this ordinance. And in accordance with the code, the ordinance was heard by the Planning Commission on February 18th. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the ordinance, and at the Planning Commission hearing, 4 people spoke in favor of the ordinance, including 3 builders who stated they can build efficiently to the ERI 61 standard. The draft ordinance is in your packet. The changes to that show that section 7.2 of the SLDC is being amended to update building and fire codes that have been updated since the 2016 version of the code. This would include the 2018 IECC. And section 7.14 is amended and restated to require residential development to meet the ERI 61 pathway, to require all commercial development to meet the ASHRAE 90.1 2016 pathway from the state code, and to remove reference to multifamily development. So this type of development simply follows the state requirement, and the whole house ventilation is deleted. This revised section does not apply to manufactured homes or to modular homes, nor would it apply to a remodel of a home. Staff recommends approval of the ordinance. It would go into effect 30 days after recordation. And I will now turn it over to planning and sustainability staff, who will provide some additional background and additional information. Thank you. I think Robert's going to take it.
I'm actually going to introduce it, Penny. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, thank you for having us. If we could pull up the slide again. Thank you, Daniel. So thank you, Penny, and again, thank you, Commissioners. We're here this evening, myself, Lucy Foma. I'm a senior planner with planning, Robert Grillo and Beam, to give some extra information about this proposed ordinance that we're presenting this evening. Next slide, please. So what we're going to go over in this short presentation, we won't keep you too long, is how this ordinance fits in with our stated goals and policies that we've created through our SGMP, our strategic plan, our policies and resolutions, and then how this fits with aligning our county code with the state code and the benefits to our community. Next slide, please. So first off, with our Sustainable Growth Management Plan. Next slide. The Sustainable Growth Management Plan was developed through extensive public outreach and adopted by the board. This document says in our keys to sustainability that we want to be leaders in renewable energy regulation, in creating energy efficiency standards, in reducing reliance on fossil fuel, and also supporting the state and developing infrastructure that that will help us move away from fossil fuels. Next slide, please. Within the SGMP as well, we have these goals, in particular goal 23, which says we support energy efficiency and renewable energy to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and dependence on non-renewable fossil fuel energy. Within Chapter 8, we talk about design standards that we want to attain as a county. We have goals 25 and 26, each respectively saying development should comply with principles of sustainability and conservation established in the SGMP, and that we will promote sustainable development through green building and development techniques, which is exactly what we're proposing through this ordinance. Next slide, please. Next is our strategic plan and our resolutions. Next slide, please. As you know, we have our strategic plan, which the board revisits periodically. In goal 2 is to promote a sustainable community. Within that is objective 2.2 to address threats associated with climate change, and strategy reduce greenhouse gas emissions from county operations, including buildings. Action establish healthy building and energy efficiency guidelines for all new county buildings. And finally, within this document, we say that we want to support state sustainability legislation and actions to attain energy efficiency. Next slide, please. As the board is aware as well, we have the following resolutions that lead us to this ordinance change. In Resolution 2013, we have the Lead by Example resolution. 2017, we passed the resolution in support of the Paris Climate Agreement. We also in 2018 had the resolution to support State of New Mexico legislature initiatives and administrative actions that reduce greenhouse gas emissions through energy efficiency and other means. And then just this year, we had Resolution 2021-005, a resolution in support of legislation in the 2021 New Mexico legislative session related to advancement of environmental sustainability and climate action. So as you can see throughout all of our policy documents, we have been moving towards improving energy efficiency, and this is all in support of this proposed ordinance, as well as aligning with state standards to support them and also move together towards a more renewable future, more energy efficient. With that, I'm going to pass it on to Robert with the next slide.
Good evening, Ms. Chairman, Commissioners. I am Robert Grego with Growth Management Department. The next portion of our presentation will focus on the proposed changes to the SLDC to increase our energy efficiency standards and also to provide consistency with the state energy code and provide clarity regarding the requirements for Santa Fe County. Next slide, please. The county needs to amend the SLDC to be consistent and in alignment with the adoption of the 2018 IECC, which goes into effect on March 24th, 2021. Section 727.2 of the SLDC does require the compliance with the state building and energy codes. Section 714 of the SLDC energy efficiency includes a purpose and intent statements to ensure that newly constructed residential and commercial structures incorporate cost-effective energy efficiency measures and technologies in order to conserve natural resources, minimize local, regional, and global impacts on the environment from energy extraction and use, protect public health, maintain indoor air quality, and keep monthly energy expenditures manageable over the use of a structure. The county currently requires a HERS 70 energy efficiency rating for new residential structures. As we stated, the changes to the state code will require us to be in compliance with the state building and energy codes and not to have two separate standards. So in order to maintain consistency with the state code and to advance the county sustainability goals, the county is proposing to adopt the ERI of 61. The ERI, these updated standards will provide a clear and uniform regulations for all new residential development in the county. The ERI rating of 61 would indicate an energy use of the house to be about 61% of the energy use from a home built on the 2006 IECC standards. Next slide, please. In addition, we are trying to align the SLDC with the New Mexico Commercial Energy Conservation Code, which has the 3 compliance pathways, the ASHRAE 90.1, the prescriptive, and the performance modeling. Next slide, please. The current SLDC requires non-residential structures to be designed to Energy Star certification standards. The closest pathway to the current SLDC requirements is considered to be the ASHRAE path. The proposed ordinance will require all commercial development to meet the ASHRAE 90.1 pathway from the state code. Next slide, please. The proposed amendments, to summarize quickly, amend section 7.2 to update our code to be consistent with the state's codes, require new residential development to meet the ERI 61 rating pathway, delete the whole house ventilation section for residential structures, require commercial development to meet the ASHRAE 90.1 2016 pathway, and remove the reference to the multifamily development. So this type of development will follow the state requirements under the 2018 IECC. Next slide, please. The The next section, Jacqueline Beam will provide, from our Sustainability Division, will provide the last portion of our presentation to discuss the benefits of increased energy standards.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, just want to talk a little bit about all of the more relatable items that this ERI 61 will provide. If you could go back to the last slide, please. Yes, thank you. It is something that definitely supports the Santa Fe County sustainability and energy efficiency goals as stated prior, but it also fits the broader picture of meeting our reduction goals for greenhouse gas emissions. In 2015, our greenhouse gas emissions inventory, which was completed for the city and county, found that buildings were almost half the emissions that we are putting out into as pollution. So this is a great opportunity for us to reduce those emissions, and it also allows us to align ourselves with the Paris Agreement goals. And if we are looking at the goals in a triple bottom line, accountability, which is the three pillars of economics and social benefit as well as environment, the ERI 61 pathway certainly aligns with that in a better way also. And Santa Fe Area Home Builders Association, they did a study of sample data and found that there was decreased energy use up to 16% on homes that were following the ERI 61 pathway, and energy savings up to 16% as well, and decreased CO2 emissions of up to 15%. And then I would like to add also that Freddie Mac reports that there are less defaults on loans or mortgages that have certification for energy efficiency. And so obviously the reduced energy usage will help a homeowner in being able to pay their mortgage because their utilities will be less, and they will receive a return on their investment within 1 to 2 years. Next slide, please. The combination of checklists and ways to trade off can get a little confusing, but it was explained to us by several HERS raters, builders, and developers that you can look at it through a mechanical way by trading out a high efficiency furnace boiler, for instance, or a water heater that's tankless. Looking at your windows and making sure that the performance of the building itself is a higher performing building. And by doing these things, little tweaks here and there, you can create a 61 without a problem. Habitat for Humanity as well as HomeWise regularly build homes in the 50s range of this rate. Next slide, please. And so recently, ResNet, which is the Residential Energy Services Network that houses the HERS rating, put out a report that is fairly significant in showing the impact. ERI 61 and HERS last year were the equivalent. And so in their 2020 report, they show that the rated homes reduced carbon dioxide emissions by over 49 million tons, which is the equivalent of taking nearly 9.7 million passenger vehicles off the road for 1 year. And it has improved the health and comfort of more than 13 million residents and saved homeowners over $8 billion in energy costs in 2020 alone. And that is a nationwide report. They also state that the upward trajectory of home buyers choosing more energy efficient, comfortable, and healthier homes is certain to continue. And one thing that we will want to do in our sustainability office in conjunction with the planning department is to provide education through information and outreach for the public. with this ordinance, but also with other ways that home buyers and builders can create more energy efficiency in their structures. And that is something that we have resolved to do and are continuing to plan on ways to do that. And with that, I will stand aside for any questions.
Okay, do we have any questions for the board, from the board? Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a couple of questions.
Commissioner Garcia?
Is this the last hearing, or do we have one more hearing?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, the ordinance has been noticed to be adopted tonight.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chair, so no modular, no mobile homes are going to be affected by this, correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that is correct. This ordinance will not be effective on or not affect manufactured homes or modular homes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Director. So the added cost for 61, can you give me some examples of what added cost means?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, Jacqueline may want to take some of this, but from our discussions with builders and HERS raters, the difference between a 70 and a 61 can be obtained through either a high efficiency boiler or furnace or water heater. The number that we have been hearing is between $1,200 and $1,500 to do that upgrade.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mrs. Director, so basically we're talking about getting some water heaters and furnaces, HVAC upgrades for this, correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that is one aspect that you could do to upgrade to a 61. There's a lot of different ways to do this from the very, very start of how you lay out your house on the lot, size of windows, a lot of things will contribute. But the simple analysis that we did looked at the difference between a 70 and a 61 being one of those two things. You probably had to do one to get to a 70, and so the other would be done to get to a 61.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director. So, example. So, let me see what I was going to ask. That's my train of thought. So, so basically, when they come to the county, the homeowner would need to produce their plans and show them on the plans. And we won't enforce that, but CID needs to enforce that. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, we will be working with CID to see exactly what it is they're going to want to see. They have given us their checklist where the applicant certifies that they're going to meet a certain standard, and they have a few points in there that they have to complete. But what we're going to want to do is to get a little bit more information so we know exactly what we will be looking for in the plans that come on. We then approve the building permit set, we seal them up, and the applicant picks up our permit and the permit that we've got ready to be issued and takes that over to CID, and then CID would do the enforcement.
So this will not require individual person to hire an engineer or an architect to design their building plans?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, there will not be a requirement with an ERI of 61 to hire a HERS rater. We occasionally get owner builders. Most of our builders or most of our permits for homes, for single family homes, come in and they've been designed by an architect. So there is software that a builder or an architect can use. I think we have some builders who want to speak as part of the public hearing, and they may be better able to address who they would usually use to do this kind of rating.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, I just wondered if any of you had a chance to look at how long it would take a homeowner to recoup the money that they would spend on the additional water heater or a high efficiency furnace, so that they would break even, and then after that they would actually be saving money.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hughes, I'm wondering if either Jacqueline or Robert have that information.
Sure, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Hughes, I think it does depend on the particular project in the particular house. In your packet, there is some information regarding some examples of homes with some different scenarios, and each of those scenarios is a different cost associated to get the home down to a lower rating. So, again, it depends on a case-by-case basis, I guess is the best way. I don't know if Jacqueline has anything to add.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, yes, there is no one set amount. You're really looking at the performance of a whole structure. And so it will depend upon what all the other factors that are there. But if you're looking at just the cost of a mechanical heater or boiler, then you will have that amount, and then you can take off the savings. And it's anywhere from 1.5 years to 2 years. It could be 2.5 years if the windows are much larger, or if the orientation of the building isn't quite right. There are other factors to consider, but again, it really forces the builder to think in an innovative way and with smart design methodology from the very beginning.
Okay, yeah, thank you. I mean, I just wanted to make sure we were thinking about that. The idea is after some period of time, and it's going to vary for each house, obviously, people will actually be saving money rather than spending, provided they live in the house that long. And it's not that long. That's my only question, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. I did have a question in regards to if right now typically most of the exterior walls are 2x6, and I'm not sure if you would have this information, but did the rating go up for the R value for walls? Like I think it went up to R19 or something like that, didn't it? Or do you guys have that information by chance? I'm just wondering if like the R19 insulation actually will fit in a 2x6 wall, and maybe you don't. I'm not sure. I was curious.
Mr. Chair, I don't have that information. I'm wondering if Jacqueline does. Otherwise, as I said, I think we do have several builders on that may be able to address that.
Okay. And then I think I read something in there that said that we were going to be provided a checklist, and you may have told me that as well from the state, as far as a checklist that our staff could look at to make sure that a lot of the requirements are there. Have we received that checklist from the state already?
Mr. Chair, the state has given us a preliminary checklist, which really just is one page where the applicant has to certify that they will meet the standard and fill in a couple of blanks. But what we're going to want to do is to coordinate with the state so we know what documentation we should be pulling in. So we're sending the correct information over to the state, and it's not just that one page.
Okay. And when the state does their I guess their inspections, I guess, will they be doing like a typical inspection to determine if the rating is at the ERI 61 rating, or do you know how that works?
Mr. Chair, from discussions with CID, they will be reviewing the permit set to ensure that the specifications that are shown on that will meet the ERI standard. And then when they do their inspections, we'll be making sure that those things have taken place.
Okay, so then they'll have I guess documents and from the checklist and stuff to determine whether or not it meets that ERI 61. And then when they do their inspections, they'll be using that to make sure that all the criteria has been met.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so it'll be still the same type of inspection where they go to the construction site and inspect the site. Okay. Do we have any other questions or comments from commissioners? Okay, seeing none, we did have, I think, was there other builders and are we going to public comment and that's where the builders that will speak? Is that correct, Penelope?
Mr. Chair, yes, this is a public hearing.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and go to a public comment then. I didn't know because I know you were referring to builders that were there. I didn't know if they were going to actually talk in regards, but they'll be talking during public comment. Okay. So if there's not any other questions from commissioners, I'm going to go to public comment. Okay, and Tessa, do we have any? How many people do we have on public comment to speak to this?
Chair, at this point, we have 7.
7. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and ask that anybody else that hasn't checked in prior to us coming to this item now. Can you unmute yourself and state your name for the record, please?
Miles Conway, Santa Fe Area Home Builders.
Okay.
Kim Shanahan, Santa Fe County resident.
Saraswati Khalsa with New Energy Economy.
Bill Roth, local builder.
Christian Casillas, Coalition for Sustainable Communities, New Mexico.
Artemisio Romero E. Carver, Youth United for Climate Crisis Action and a Santa Fe County citizen.
Okay, any others?
Joe Eigner, 6 Toronto Drive, El Dorado.
Okay.
David Best, Evergreen Building Solutions, HERS Raider, and Santa Fe County resident.
Okay, anybody else?
Signed up
ahead.
for Marianne Maestas.
Okay, so anybody that already signed up, anybody that signed up already, that doesn't need to let us know again. Is there anybody additionally that hasn't signed up yet? Okay, I'll ask one more time. I keep hearing something. Okay, is there anybody else that would like to speak on this item?
David Best, I would like to speak.
Okay.
Bill Roth, I would like to speak.
Okay.
Kim Shanahan, I would like to speak.
Okay.
Joe Eigner, I would like to speak.
Okay, anybody else?
Christian Casillas would like to speak.
Okay, Daniel, are we getting?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, please mute yourself if you're not speaking at the moment. We're getting some feedback right now. I just wanted to say that right now. Thanks.
Okay, and Tessa, can you read the list really quick? Just if you could read the list and see, and we'll give one more opportunity for anybody that would like to sign up to speak. If you could read what we have so far.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So far I have Kim Shanahan, Joe Eigner, Christian Casillas, Miles Conway, Bianca Belknap. I believe it was Sarah Khalsa, Bill Roth, Artemesio. I didn't get a last name. I have the email address though, and Marianne Maestas. Also, I have David Best.
So is that 10 speakers? Yeah. Okay. Is there anybody else? Okay, hearing none, I'll go ahead and close it there. Being that we do have 10 speakers, I'm going to limit the time to 3 minutes. And so what I'm going to ask is if we have if we can try not to be repetitive. I know a lot of times we're in support or opposition of something, and sometimes we're repetitive as to something that somebody else said rather than repeating it all. If we can just say, you know, I agree with these statements or with one of the speaker's statements or whatever, just to try and keep it to where it doesn't take us too long and we don't hear the same repetitive comments. Okay, so Tessa, if you can call on the first speaker. First of all, I think we're going to have to swear in everybody right before they speak. So, Madam Clerk, we'll go ahead and call on the first speaker, and as soon as that first speaker is announced, if you could swear them in, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, first speaker is Kim Shanahan.
Hi, Kim. Can you raise your right hand?
I am doing it, believe it or not.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Kim Shanahan. I live at 51 Herrera Road, 87508 in Santa Fe County. And I swear that I'm going to tell you the truth.
Thank you.
So start the clock. Chair Roybal, thank you. Commissioners, thank you for taking this on tonight. You know, when we decide to amend our codes, it becomes a really big deal. But frankly, this change that we are asking is something that we knew was coming. Specifically, the Sustainable Land Development Code says that we are going to get better over time. The change from 70 to a 61 is 13%. Frankly, we should have been doing this a couple of years ago. And honestly, we need to be doing this every few years as we imagine getting ourselves to a carbon neutral building community by the year 2050. We have to get to net zero energy, and this is just basically a step along the way. The real breaking news of what we've got going on right now is that the state has finally caught up to what the Santa Fe County instituted some time ago when we said you had to have a HERS 70. For the first time ever, we now actually have our state who will enforce these rules that we incorporated in our Sustainable Land Development Code. Now that the state has actually acknowledged that you can achieve their standard by getting an ERI of 61, they will enforce something that we were never able to enforce before when we had a HERS of 70. So this is really something that is kind of overdue. And it really is not that big of a deal. We make a big deal about it because it's a change to our codes. But honestly, we should be back in front of you every 2 or 3 years, ratcheting down that number from a 61 to a 50 to a 40 until we ultimately get to a 0. Because what this is going to do for the consumer is mean eventually someday they won't have utility bills because we will actually be building to a net zero standard. So again, I commend you for taking this up. I commend the state for catching up to the progressive nature of what Santa Fe County has been doing and trying to do for some years. And I also just lastly want to say that Santa Fe builders have been building to a 61 in the city of Santa Fe for a long time. This is not a big deal for Santa Fe builders. And for those builders who are just coming up to speed on how to do that, the Santa Fe Area Home Builders Association stands ready to help any builder who struggles with how to get to a 61 to figure out how to do that in the most cost-effective manner as possible. And because of the great HERS raters that we have in our community, we know how to do this. So commissioners, again, I want to commend you for doing this, and I hope that we do get a confirmation on the approval of this evening. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shanahan. Okay, if we can have our next speaker.
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Mr. Joe Eigner.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Mr. Eigner. Would you please raise your right hand?
Yes,
And we'll take your word for it. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
I live at 6 Verano Drive in El Dorado, unincorporated Santa Fe County.
And you are under oath?
I'm sorry. Can I start speaking?
You have to say you confirm you are under oath.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eigner. Go ahead and start, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Roybal, members of the board. I strongly support these proposed changes. They will bring the county into agreement with the best New Mexico and Santa Fe City construction standards. We all know we are faced with a climate crisis, one that threatens our planet. Existing future building operations are the fourth largest source of greenhouse gases in the United States, accounting for 11%. It is the one area where local governments, through building codes, can have real impact. We must do better in new construction. New Mexico and the United States are committed to reaching zero emissions by 2050, in 29 years. Most new buildings will last that long, hopefully much longer. Even if in each coming year we add only 1% to the number of the county's buildings, only 1% to the number of the county's buildings, in 29 years, that will be almost a third of all structures. So we really should make new buildings very, very energy efficient if we are to reach that 2050 goal. I have heard it expressed this way: if you are in the bottom of the pit and want to get out, first thing, stop digging. Second thing, throw away the shovel. So let's stop building energy wasting structures and let's throw away building codes that allow it. A final thought. Many progressive communities throughout the country are doing much more. They have banned the use of natural gas in new buildings. Thousands of dollars are saved when gas piping is not installed. That money can then be spent on a new generation of very energy efficient electric appliances, those with heat pumps. As an added bonus, structures without gas will have a healthier quality of indoor air. Thank you for your attention.
Mr. Chair, our next speaker will be Christian Casillas.
Hi, Mr. Casillas. Would you please raise your right hand?
It is raised.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Christian Casillas. I live at 416 Catherine Place in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And what else did I need to say?
You need to say you are under oath.
And I am under oath to tell the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Casillas. I do want to, I didn't realize I wasn't unmuted earlier, but I did want to thank Mr. Eigner for his testimony as well. Mr. Casillas, go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Chair, Commissioners. Really appreciate the opportunity to talk tonight. I'm the Director of Policy and Research Development for the Coalition of Sustainable Communities, New Mexico, of which Santa Fe County is a member, as well as the cities of Santa Fe, Albuquerque, and Las Cruces. I really appreciate the thorough presentations and research given by the staff earlier tonight. and for bringing this ordinance before the commissioners. Energy efficiency continues to be the least cost option for reducing utility bills and greenhouse gas emissions. Right now, there's a critical bill moving through the legislature, House Bill 206, which seeks to help low-income families who haven't been able to pay their utility bills, while also setting up a community block grant fund to scale up energy efficiency retrofits. Many of these suffering families are likely living in poorly insulated homes with inefficient appliances. This ordinance is an opportunity to get this right on new buildings up front. It does low-income households no benefit to reduce upfront costs and build a less efficient home that will saddle their families with expensive utilities for the lifetime of the house, which may be 40 years, and the average person spends over 90% of their time in buildings. Unlike wealthier families who can commission the construction of a green building, lower income families are left to choose from housing stock that may be built to minimal code requirements. Without stricter codes, a lower cost builder might avoid technologies that will provide the future occupants significant long-term benefits. Builders in Santa Fe like HomeWise and others have been doing a fine job constructing affordable home for HERS 60 for years, as Kim Shanahan mentioned. And Santa Fe County Housing Authority has been a leader in constructing highly efficient energy efficient homes for the poorest community members. There is little evidence that increasing energy efficiency has anything but positive long-term benefits for our most vulnerable community members. I urge commissioners to adopt this ordinance and continue to investigate ways to increase energy efficiency beyond state codes, as well as including water efficiency, and find ways to step out in front and be leaders in the community and cities for providing clear economic benefits to not only wealthy but low-income households through energy efficiency. Thank you very much for the commissioners for your leadership on this ordinance.
Thank you, Mr. Casillas. Okay, can we get our next speaker?
Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Miles Conway.
Hi, Miles. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Madam Clerk.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Miles Conway. I live at 495 New Mexico 592 up in Rio and Medio, 87506 in the county, and I am under oath.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Roybal, members of the commission, and to all the staff, thank you for the many, many, many hours of hard work you've put into translating for all of us this ordinance and for the work you're doing here. We are the Santa Fe Area Home Builders Association. I'm their executive officer, and we have around 400 members. And as folks before me have mentioned, we are well suited and prepared to build to this new code. I live in Rio Medio. My house was built in 1968. If I could have socked away the money I'd spent on propane, and I'm under oath, I could have paid for a year of university for my son. No question about it. I would have loved to inherited one of these really efficient homes. And just to address some of the points the commissioners have brought up, and if you look at the comments that our builders and the HERS raters, David Best, who will speak a little in a few minutes here, have provided, you will see that the amount of changes to go from a HERS 70 or higher home down to this new rating, this performance path that this ordinance contemplates, the changes are fairly minimal. And especially when you consider this is new construction. You know, my house is going to take a lot of work to get it to be really efficient. But these new constructed homes, when you look at the kind of decisions you're making, the kind of mechanical equipment you're putting into them, and you spread those costs over 30 years, it's really going to be negligible. And I don't use that word lightly. I think that as a working person, people will be able to afford these homes if they're built correctly. So that's that return on investment. The envelope of our homes has gotten so incredibly tight. And the builders are doing a great job, and you're going to hear from a few more of them here after I'm finished. And I commend the county for doing not only this, but for the hard work you're doing on fixing our energy sector, because a lot of what we've done in the homes has been responsive to the fact that we're burning fossil fuels and we're pumping carbon and climate harming gases into the air. When the energy system starts to deliver 100% renewable energy, then the whole operation is just going to get easier and easier. So thank you again for Chairman Roybal, members of the commission. I appreciate the time to testify, and we certainly are in full support of passage of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conway. Okay, can we get our next speaker?
Yes, Mr. Chair, our next speaker was Bianca Belknap, but I understand that she has withdrawn from the list. So our next speaker will be Saraswati Khalsa.
Thank you. This is Saraswati.
Hi, Mrs. Swati. Sorry, excuse me. Can you please raise your right hand?
Yes, raised.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Saraswati Khalsa, 27 North Terrace Farm Road, Espanola, New Mexico, 87532, and I understand that I'm under oath.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Go ahead and start.
Thank you. Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I'm speaking on behalf of New Energy Economy, which is an environmental advocacy group in Santa Fe, and we have several thousand subscribers across the state, but mostly in Santa Fe. We stand in support of this ordinance, which we understand resulted from collaboration among many stakeholders. And we appreciate especially the Home Builders Association, this body, and Commissioner Hansen, because we believe that strong building codes that promote energy efficiency are good for the climate, good for homeowners' pocketbooks, and will serve as a model nationwide. And I also want to echo the comments of Mr. Joseph Eigner about natural gas and encourage the commission to go even further and ban natural gas in new buildings. I'm reminded of a metaphor that I heard earlier today in a legislative hearing, that we're on one of those old-timey wooden ships and our ship is on fire. And when that type of ship is on fire, every person on board has to become a firefighter, or else we won't survive. And to me, this is an example of that. In everything we do, in all of the decisions that we make, policy decisions, we all have to behave as if our house is on fire, because it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can we get our next speaker?
Yes, Mr. Chair, our next speaker is Bill Roth.
Hi, Mr. Roth, are you ready?
I am.
Please raise your right hand. Take your word for it. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Bill Roth. I live at 1713A Montana Street, right next to the Acequia Madre. And I swear to tell the whole and complete truth.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roth. Please proceed.
Yeah, I'm a licensed general contractor in Santa Fe, previous president of the Santa Fe Area Home Builders Association, and started building green homes the first time we were doing this in the early 80s. so I've been around doing this for quite a while. It's not hard to build a cost-effective green home. There's certain design decisions you can make as far as window placement, quality of the windows, the heating systems, your wall systems, that all can be done in a rather economical fashion and still pretty much build to the market standard. In regards to affordable housing, I'm on the president of the board of New Mexico Interfaith Housing. We're the ones building the Seiler Yards project, and that is a net zero energy project. You were mentioning not using natural gas. That unit project is heated and cooled with heat pumps, and has, I really wish I could remember what the size of the array is, but it is a net zero project. And there's going to be about 60 very lucky tenants in those buildings that pretty much aren't going to have utility bills. So yeah, you can build market rate homes affordably that are green, and you can build affordable priced homes green. So I don't see any reason not to go this route, and I'm on board with Kim. This needs to keep getting ratcheted down. The technology is getting cheaper to build this way, and there's no reason to just keep moving down the path to net zero energy. Thanks for your time. Appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Roth. Just a quick question, Mr. Roth, and I could have probably asked one of the other builders as well.
Mm-hmm.
Can you achieve the ERI rating of 61 with 2x6 exterior walls?
You know, hypothetically, it depends on your mechanical system and your choice of windows and the amount of windows in it. I would redirect that question to David Best, because he and Steve are the ones that point us in the HERS rating direction. I can say my current project with natural gas heating and their fairly robust walls is at a 49. So building to a low HERS rating is not difficult at all.
And what are those exterior walls?
That's a 2x10 with just regular blown insulation. I've done 2x8 walls with blown insulation, or like you can do a 2x6 wall with a couple inches of styrofoam insulation. So there's a whole lot of paths. I mean, I know that Habitat is using a 2x4 wall with 2 inches of foam insulation, and they are building net zero homes. So there's an affordable builder that's literally building net zero homes, and they are using heat pumps to heat and cool.
Okay.
Chairman Roybal, this is Kim Shanahan. I can say unequivocally that yes, in 2007 and 2008, I was building 2x6 walls, blown in insulation, R22 blown in insulation, and we were getting our HERS ratings in the mid 50s, and that was in 2007. So no problem at all getting to 61 with 2x6 walls.
Great. Thank you for answering that, Mr. Shanahan, and Mr. Roth, thank you as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can we get our next speaker, Tessa?
Artemesio Romero y Carver.
Mr. Romero Carver,
Hello.
can you raise your right hand, please?
Just had to check. Yep,
Thank you. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
I am. My name is Artemesio Romero y Carver. I live at 28 Chabacanos Canyon, Lamy, New Mexico, and I consent to being under oath, and my testimony is honest.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Romero Carver. Is that how you say your last name? Carver?
Yeah, Romero y Carver. It's technically like a short sentence. It's okay.
All right, no worries.
Yeah. So my name is Artemesio. I'm a spokesperson for Yucca, Youth United for Climate Crisis Action. We're a youth-led climate justice organization with membership throughout Santa Fe County. First, I want to thank the Commission and the Chair for this opportunity to speak in favor of the proposed ordinance. I ask the Commission, let science be your guide on this decision. As you are probably very well aware, we have just 9 years before 2030, the deadline scientists have set, by which time we need to have dramatically cut our carbon emissions in order to prevent catastrophic climate change. Already, we've seen a year of devastating storms, heartbreaking wildfires, and temperature drops that have literally had birds falling from the sky and Texas residents freezing to death. In this context, we need any and all action to reduce our emissions. The building code addresses the energy envelopes of our built environment and are a critical piece. We appreciate that the county is aligning itself with state standards, some of the best in the country, and pushing our building community to do the absolute best that we can. We know that the work to address climate change requires both work, sacrifice, and ingenuity. And we appreciate everyone's leadership to make these important changes. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you, sir. Can we get our next speaker, please?
David Best.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, Mr. Best. Would you please raise your right hand?
It's raised.
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is David Best. I live at 2829 State Highway 14 in Madrid, and I understand that I'm under oath.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Best. Please proceed.
Yes, most of what needed to be said has already been said, so I'll keep it brief. I just want to emphasize that, as has previously been stated, there are different ways to achieve a good ERI score, and not all of them cost money. One example is reducing excessive window areas or eliminating skylights from a home will greatly improve the energy efficiency of that home and improve the ERI score. In my experience as a HERS rater, working with builders in the city of Santa Fe and in Santa Fe County for the past several years, I've seen that modest homes have a much easier time achieving a good HERS rating or ERI score than luxury homes do. So I think the builders who will be most challenged by this new code are those building more expensive homes, which tend to have large windows and generally be larger energy consumers due to their design and luxury features. I also want to point out that there are a lot of mandatory requirements in the new 2018 IECC that builders can't opt out of. And those are going to be challenging sometimes, and they're also going to help improve energy ratings in Santa Fe County. So once builders are complying with those new mandatory requirements having to do with energy efficiency of domestic hot water systems, for example, they're going to be in a much better position to meet that ERI of 61. And also air leakage. There's an air leakage requirement. Yes, finally, it is possible to still build with a 2x6 wall. It's a complicated equation. It all depends on window areas, equipment efficiency, and so many factors that there's no strict requirement that you improve one particular building component. There are always a lot of paths. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the information, Mr. Best. Can we get our next speaker, please?
Mr. Chair, that was our final speaker that has signed up.
Okay. Okay, I heard a voice. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I had signed up, but my name is Marianne Maestas.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Ms. Maestas.
Hi, Ms. Maestas. Would you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
For the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Marianne Maestas. I live at 7129 Cayetana, Santa Fe, New Mexico 87507, and I swear that I am under oath and ready to testify.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the commission. My name is Marianne Maestas, and I'm here on behalf of EarthCare. Our organization has been here in Santa Fe County for 20 years now, and we wanted to thank you for the move to amend the land development code to reflect the more stringent building codes. And we were actually involved in the development of the green building codes back in the day with the Sustainable Santa Fe Commission. And we really understand how important it is to reduce the carbon footprint of our built environment. And we know that there will be thousands of housing units being built in the next couple of years. So this is an important opportunity to pass a measure that more positively impacts the climate. And in addition, I want to point out that reducing people's energy use also reduces their energy bills. EarthCare coordinates the Santa Fe Mutual Aid Network, and we have hundreds of members who are struggling to pay their utility bills right now. And they really are energy burdened, meaning that they spend more than 30% of their monthly income on energy costs. And we need to expand the benefits of energy efficiency to everyone in Santa Fe. And getting it addressed in the construction phase is a great way to do that. And we would like to encourage the County Commission to continue bringing forward sustainable and equitable measures for all Santa Fe County residents. So we appreciate this work and want to encourage you all to vote in favor of this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. We appreciate it. Okay, so that is our last speaker, correct?
Yes, I believe so,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
All righty. So are there any questions or comments from the commission? Commissioner Hanson? You're on mute, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to all the speakers who came to speak in support. It is heartwarming to hear what a well-educated building community that we have in New Mexico. And with that, I would like to make a motion to approve an ordinance amending the Sustainable Land Development Code ordinance number 2016-9 to amend the reinstated section 7.2 to include the latest adopted codes and to amend and reinstate section 7.14 concerning energy efficiency to, among other things, require new structures to comply with the specific pathway in the 2018 New Mexico Residential Energy Conservation Code and the New Mexico Commercial Energy Conservation Code, and remove the whole house mechanical ventilation requirement for residential structures.
Second.
So we had a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Hamilton. Under discussion, is there any other comments or questions under discussion from commissioners?
Mr. Chair, I have
Commissioner Garcia?
comments. I would like to thank staff for bringing this forward and the commission as well. And I appreciate all the work that staff did. And to all the speakers, thank you for hanging in there with us tonight. And on a personal note, Kim Shanahan, thank you for hanging in there. You're actually a good individual for the community, and I appreciate Kim speaking on this behalf. One of the things that people don't realize, PNM has $371 million bill that closing out the Farmington plant, and so all the utility ratepayers, we're going to absorb that rate, and so we'll start seeing that. So this actually helps out with that, and I think this is a good deal. It takes a little bit of time for people to realize, change is hard, but change is good for the environment. But thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say I think this is a very important step. It's one step along the way of a very long journey, and I know the county has taken a lot of steps prior to my joining the commission, and I hope we can take a lot more toward reducing our impact on the climate. I really want to thank the speakers who came tonight and also the staff for working on getting this ordinance together. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you for Commissioner Hughes. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. So I'm going to go to a roll call vote.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to take that roll call vote? Sorry to interrupt.
Yes. Please do.
Okay, thank you.
No
So this
problem.
is for the motion by Commissioner Hanson. Chair Roy Ball,
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton,
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hanson,
An enthusiastic yes, and thank you, everyone.
Commissioner Rudy Garcia,
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
And another enthusiastic yes.
Okay, Mr. Chair, it's unanimous.
Okay, thank you, Clerk Clark. And so we're coming up on our last, one of our last items, and this is 13, and this is concluding business. So is there any commissioner can we get an ordinance number? I'm sorry.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Ordinance 2021-02.
02. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to go to concluding business, and this is 13A. Is there any announcement, commissioners, elected officials, anybody that would have an announcement for any constituents? Okay. Seeing none, I'm going to go on to item number 3B, and this is adjournment. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
So moved.
Okay. All right. I think everybody's a little bit tired.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. All those in
Good night,
favor
everybody.
signify by saying
Good night.
bye.
Bye.
Bye.